Hey, everybody, it's your friend Adam. I want to tell you, just before I forget, that if we have internet problems, we've had internet problems the last couple of times we've done streams. I am just going to reset OBS and we'll be back in a minute. So just patience, patience. Everything will be good. How you doing, Sitch? What's up?
I'm doing a-okay, but not really. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great, actually. So we're
So
we're
we're gonna
looking.
go
Go ahead.
crap on some more Hugo and Jake.
Yeah. So I think, didn't you say you emailed them?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I sent them a link I added them on on Twitter, and I'm doing this to be nice. Like,
Oh, I bet you are.
isn't it? Don't you think inviting them is the right thing to do? I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
They're not gonna take the invite.
right, exactly. But the response to the invite is, I think, very interesting because I originally we got a hard time because we didn't invite them because we did this stream and we could have invited them and we didn't even invite them to defend themselves. So that
Right.
seemed to be wrong. They seemed to call us out for that. So I have been inviting them, and now it's a ploy to get them on the channel for attention, basically. So now we're inviting them because all we are is attention whores, basically. All we want is.
Yes, Hugo and Jake, the A-list celebrities on YouTube.
Right, exactly.
Everyone's so desperate to get a hold of.
Now, have you looked at their recent views on
No.
their channel? Okay, so their recent views are pretty anemic, except for when they talk about oh Jordan B. Peterson, right? We're here for the Peterson videos, man. We could care less about Hugo and Jake. Like,
That's right.
if go
This is
ahead.
the Jordan Peterson Internet Defense Force. We don't care
Yeah,
about Hugo and
exactly,
Jake.
exactly. You want to go pick on someone else? We want nothing to do with you. Are you kidding me? We're here to talk about Jordan Peterson, not you guys. Come on, you guys are the facilitators for us. You guys, they do a nice job of reading excerpts from the book and stuff like that, which I enjoy. And I haven't watched a lot of this. I started watching it. I went back and I reread chapter 2, which is a chapter that they're talking about. Sitch doesn't actually know how to read, so he hasn't figured out how books work yet. So,
It's true. I have to have everything read to me,
but oh
but
my
not by
god.
computer. I don't
Okay.
trust
I'm cut his mic.
them.
That's a dig at me because I actually don't read. I only read audiobooks. So, but anyway, I read
Mhm.
audiobooks. So I went back and I listened podcast style to chapter 2, which I thought when I first started listening to it, I thought, oh my God, this is a chapter where Jordan Peterson starts crying at the end of the chapter. Spoiler alert, Jordan Peterson cries during the audiobook. So, but it's not that chapter. That chapter is actually the next chapter. So I listened to it there, but they also pull out excerpts from the podcast with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, I think, to bolster the claims that they're making in this video. Do you,
Bolster in quotes.
yeah, do you have any broad strokes on this before we dive in? Did you watch any of it?
Uh, I watched it like 2 weeks ago, so I don't remember it.
I got a DM from Sitch was like, "We got to do this one. We got to do this
Yeah,
one."
that was like 2 weeks ago. I
So
was
it
like,
must have
oh
must
yeah,
have
let's do it.
triggered you in some way or other.
It did trigger me. Something about it triggered me.
You guys can probably see my cat back there. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know if he's gonna be a pest, and I might have to toss him out. So, but anyway, so I guess we'll. Well, no, actually, before we start, I did want to say that my thinking is that their whole the reason that they're doing this is because they believe that Jordan Peterson is his goal is to get people to be religious, get people to buy
Yes.
into Christianity, convert people to Christianity. So a lot of their purpose is to like point out where he's dog whistling Christianity to people. So that's something that I'm going to be constantly looking for.
Right. You hear that from everyone, from all the anti-theists. They think he's like a secret, Christian propagandist. When he
Mhm.
said repeatedly that the Bible is not meant to be taken literally and wasn't created by God. So I don't even know how you could come to that conclusion. Like,
Well, they are also anti-theists. So they see religion as evil. And
right.
Jordan Peterson is someone who's undermining their mission to erase religion from the earth. So that's another reason why I'm going to be looking for constant motivated reasoning where they're drawing connections that really aren't there.
So like the whole video.
Yeah. Well, I haven't watched
It's
the
just
whole
gonna be
video. You watched it. It's an hour.
yeah.
It's like an hour and a half long. So we're in it, man. This is going to be a long
Yeah.
one, guys.
It's an hour and a half of motivated reasoning.
Buckle up. You want? Shall I start or shall you? I was talking about. Actually like we before the stream began. We argued over whether or not this intro was cool. I liked it, and Sitch didn't
So
like it.
we'll take there'll be a poll in the chat. Okay, you can press 1 if you like the intro, and you press 2 if you don't.
Look, he's got little Adam there. He's got some
No,
pine.
just we'll play it. We'll let the public decide.
Hello everyone, I'm Hugo.
I'm Jake.
And this is Hugo and Jake, and welcome back to our reading of Jordan B. Peterson's 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote for Chaos.
This is rule number 2.
Yes, today we're reading the second chapter, rule number 2, treat yourself like someone you are responsible for helping. And before we actually get into this chapter, I actually want to take a minute and talk about something I actually agree with Jordan Peterson on. It's not an original idea, it's certainly one that's been prevalent in cognitive behavioral therapy for quite a while, and that's this idea of self-care and making sure that you treat yourself well and make sure that you take that time to make yourself presentable, to keep yourself in good shape, in good health, in good hygiene, having a decent self-esteem about yourself and not putting yourself down constantly. These are good things. Jordan Peterson, however, did not.
You hear that, Sitch? You got to work on that. Stop
On what? Not
beating
putting
yourself.
myself down?
Stop beating yourself up, man. It's gonna be okay.
Invent
well,
these things and just
I would feel better about myself if I had like a nice board with a pickle and a tomato having sex right behind me in a ball gag that I could put in the video. Just really. And they have gay fan art too. Wow,
Look,
they've got everything on that board.
Who's the Nazi?
The guy on the right is the Nazi.
decided to wrap many of those ideas around much bigger ideas that are worse. So that's mainly what we're going to be talking about today, is all the subordinate leech ideas he sticks onto the good ideas of, hey, maybe be kinder to yourself.
Yeah,
Which you should be.
The thesis of it even starts out pretty okay. Uses the, we'll call it an allegory, I guess, or just a small story of if you had to take pills for your kidneys because they were shutting down, you went to dialysis or whatever, versus a situation where you had to give pills to your dog, you're more likely to give the pills to your dog instead of the pills to yourself, even though, you're more important, because even, like, if you die due to not taking those pills, the dog still would suffer due to your loss. So, like, I get the thesis of this. The initial bit is absolutely fine. I can't find anything really wrong with it. But then the rest of it, literally, I'll say 85%, maybe more, is, and I'm not making this up, and we're going to read about it, and again, I wasn't looking for it, but I mean, it just hit me in the face. It's just Adam and Eve. And I'm not kidding.
He wasn't.
They
He
were
wasn't
looking
looking for it. Consciously, he wasn't looking for it.
It's. I was pretty shocked. Continuing to read this chapter, waiting for the part where the allegory ended and the rest of the rule happened. Yeah. It doesn't happen.
For instance, he says, people are better at filling and properly administrating prescriptive medication to their pets than to themselves. This is actually something I wanted to point out too earlier. Sure. In a part we didn't read when he was talking about people not taking prescriptions. He cites that, and I know there are studies that show people, of course, will cancel prescriptions too early, or they'll stop taking a regimen of antibiotics before they should.
Yeah.
That is true. What he is saying here, that people are better at filling and properly administrating prescription medication to their pets, That is an unsourced claim. We don't know that to be a fact. That is something he is just...
Any thoughts on the unsourced claims?
Well, I mean, I've actually heard of studies like that. So I do think it's an obnoxious thing to point to.
Didn't
Like,
I mean, I don't have the hard copy. I have the Audible book, so I don't know about his bibliography. I mean, in most of the stuff I read, the bibliography is out of control. Like
right.
stuff I know, like I don't. It's a little overkill, but it's one tiny little thing.
Well, you gotta get everything. Okay.
We're
You gotta
in the
every
nitpick
little-
zone. How far are we into this? We're already into the nitpick zone.
It's the beginning, and that's what they start with.
Let's talk about the big ideas, guys. The big ideas.
just claiming, and you are to either take it or leave it. I'm not saying that's not the case. I don't know. You could maybe even colloquially kind of say, like, yeah, I could see how that could be the case. But again...
It makes intuitive sense. Now, there are some things that make intuitive sense that are true.
Sure.
Like, I don't know, religious belief.
Sure.
That might feel intuitive to someone, but doesn't necessarily make it true.
Yeah. But then he continues, it is difficult to conclude...
So, do you have anything to say about intuitive belief? I mean, they're talking our language here.
Well, they're talking your language, not my
Yeah.
language.
Well,
Not enough memes to be my language.
so it's interesting that they mention intuition because they're basically using their intuition as well. Their intuition is that religion is bad, religion is harmful, religion is evil. That's my intuition. So all of the post hoc reasoning that they're deploying is to their intuition is what's telling them Jordan B. Peterson is a secret Nazi Christian apologist trying to get all of the atheists to saddle up and come back to Christianity. Oh, my cat's
And to
being
start subjugating their women again.
Yeah, exactly. I just watched a video, and I haven't posted a clip of it yet, but I'm going to post a clip on Think Club of, what's the author's name? Putnam and Campbell. And he's a social psychologist that does all of these surveys. And he's saying that the atheists are claiming all of these people that are answering no religious affiliation on surveys as atheists, but they're not atheists. He's like, I have the surveys where they say they have no religious affiliation, yet they believe in God. So they're not atheists. The nuns are not atheists. The nuns are the people.
You can't fool me, okay? I know that you're a secret Christian conservative, friended,
Me?
and you're trying to kill the atheist movement by infiltrating it from the inside.
Yeah, okay, you got me. I think think it's funny that they don't want to accept any of the evidence. Okay, my cat wants out bad. Hold on, everybody. You're gonna see that I'm wearing shorts. don't tell.
You're gonna see the truth revealed. Look at the lies. Look at the horrible lies. We all know now that Friended is really a fraud.
God damn it! The illusion is destroyed. So anyway, what was I talking about before?
Your shorts.
No, before we were actually talking about
All the people pretending all the people in the surveys that say they're not.
Oh
religiously
yeah,
affiliated.
So all of the nuns, this is interesting stuff to know because they are people who were repulsed by the conservatives actually conscripting religion for politics. So a lot of them are, disaffected liberals. They weren't into the focus on the family crowd. Jerry Falwell and his anti-gay sentiments rubbed them the wrong way. So they're basically, and he makes an argument that there are going to be religions that are going to come in and take over because these people believe in God. They're looking for some kind of meaning in their life. They just aren't finding it in basically anti-gay churches. So I think
it's just a bunch of liberals that are still still believe in God, but they don't have a church to go to.
Yeah, exactly. But since we have freedom of religion in the United States, America, something is going to come in and fill that void. Maybe they'll convert to Judaism. How is Judaism with homosexuality?
We don't like outsiders. You guys can't join. We're the chosen people. Okay, stay out of our way. Stay out of our tribe.
I love it.
Well, okay, here's a
People do
unrelated
convert to
question.
Judaism. I guess they get the cold
Right.
shoulder. They're like, "Are you sure you want to convert?" Like,
Well, it's like if you convert, it's like, yeah, you converted, but you're like, you're not ethnically Jewish.
the rabbi comes in and for 25 minutes tries to talk you out of it. You don't want to be Jewish. It's horrible. It's terrible.
Do you think that if like 1,000 years ago, if Jews had been all about proselytizing like Christians and about spreading their religion, do you think they would be the dominant religion now? Since they had such a head start on everybody?
That's a good question. That is a good question because I think Jews are only 15% of the population because they don't proselytize.
They're not 15% of what?
They're
like 2%.
15%. I thought they were 15% in America. They're not? No,
it's like
Oh, okay.
6 or something. 2 maybe.
Oh,
It's not a
wow.
lot.
Wow.
It's not double digits.
Why are people so afraid of Jews if they're so like we could just that's so small we could just push them into the ocean. It's like get out of here.
Because we control the system.
Oh, I got it. The mind control. That's what it's all about.
See, yeah, exactly. Imagine if we had the mind control powers, but for 2,000 years we had been getting people to join our or for 5,000 years we've been getting people to join our tribe. We'd taken over the fucking planet.
Yeah, I don't know.
God, we're so dumb.
What is my whole thing though is Christianity has a pro-social memes that have helped it spread. I don't know that Judaism
Right.
has the same pro-social memes. I don't know that Islam has the same pro-social memes. Like one of the biggest ones for me is the forgiveness meme, and I don't know how Judaism what do the rabbis say about forgiveness? Get even. That's what they say. Come on.
Like modern Judaism or like ancient Judaism?
Look at how many Jewish lawyers there are. They're about getting even. Don't try to snow job me.
Well, a lot of the pro-social memes that you're talking about did come from Judaism. I mean, they had the whole
No, they came from the
can't
New
blame-
Testament. What are you talking about?
no, like the whole idea that you can't blame the son for the sins of the father. That's from Judaism.
Uh-huh.
The idea of treating people like you want to be treated is from Judaism. They had.
What about turn the other cheek? That's the meme I'm talking about. Forgiveness. Turn the other cheek.
Well, I don't know if they had specifically turn the other cheek, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they had the whole notion of putting your sins on the scapegoat and then letting it, run out of the tribe. So they had forgiveness.
There's a really good book that I mentioned before. It's called Beyond Revenge, where he lays out how getting past revenge, the urge to get revenge on people, was something that allowed Western society to flourish. So
Right.
That's
well,
why
and if you look at ancient Judaism, like so much of the old Bible or the Torah is like it's just legal stuff. It's all just structure for society.
yeah,
So it wasn't just like free reign, go take revenge on people.
right.
And hey, Jesus was a Jew.
I know.
Everything
yeah.
he was saying was just from Judaism. He's just a copycat.
Darth Paget.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
Darth Paget. Paget. Gave us a $1 super chat. Thanks, Darth. So I guess we'll move on. I wish we could look. You get to see a little bit of yellow here. This is what we have left to do right here.
Include anything from this set of facts except that people appear to love their dogs, cats, ferrets, and birds, and maybe even their lizards more than themselves. That's, again, a little bit of a leap, I think, to say, even if it is the case that you are more prone to administering medications correctly to your pets than to yourself, does not necessarily mean you love your pets more than yourself. It means you might recognize that the pill takeage is out of the control of the animal, and therefore it is your responsibility.
Because think about the way you have to feed your pills to dogs. Like if you have to give them heartworm or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta force that shit down their throat so they don't get worms on their heart.
Yeah.
It's not because they would self-care, but you didn't give it to. They literally don't think of that because they're not sapient.
Sure. And I recognize that Jordan Peterson's just saying, exactly, you should treat yourself the same way.
Right.
Yeah, but you're kind of following from false premises to begin with, so.
Sure.
What was the false premise?
He's saying the false premise is that people love their pets more than they love themselves, which, I mean, first of all, they say, yeah, we know what Jordan's talking about, so I don't know why they're dwelling on this. But two, I don't think it's a false premise. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you're not taking care of yourself and your body, but you're taking care of your child or your pet or someone else better than you take care of yourself, what are you telling your body? What are you telling the world?
And this is also what Jordan Peterson talks about when he says religion is what you act out. He's saying there is a
Exactly.
causal link between behavior and what you believe. And if your behavior shows that you're, very meticulous about giving medication to your kid or your pet, and you're not very meticulous about giving medication to yourself, that behavior illustrates what you really believe. You believe that that person or animal is more important than you, which makes perfect sense. I don't think it's a false premise at all. I mean,
Right.
Go ahead.
And those behaviors create neural pathways in your brain
Yes.
that influence the way you feel and think about yourself.
If my cat died, I'd be crying like mundane Matt, man. I would be like,
How dare you?
I would be, it would be very difficult on me. So
But if you died, you wouldn't cry at all.
no, I'd just say, fuck it.
See, we just proved them wrong. Dang it, evidence, proof
Yep.
that we can turn the stream off. They've been blown out forever.
Anecdotal evidence is king.
Before we get into the other stuff, just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and again, I think it's important to note that we agree with this overall thesis in a vacuum without the rest of the writing.
Yeah. And then he says, how
We
much
agree with the book as long as you don't have the book.
shame must exist for something like that to
No,
be
it's
true,
worse than
that
that. They're
being
saying we
people caring more.
agree with the thesis. We just don't agree with all the dog whistles that we're projecting upon it. That's what they're saying.
Exactly.
for their pets than themselves. What could it be about people that makes them prefer their pets to themselves? It was an ancient story in the book of Genesis, the first book in the Old Testament, that helped me find an answer to that perplexing question.
And that's what we're going to deal with until the last paragraph of this chapter. I was reading, trying to find, like, the little parts where we weren't discussing Adam and Eve, and there are small bits, but they're buffeted by Adam and Eve on both sides almost the whole time.
That and him continuing to define reality how he sees fit.
He also, we're going to talk about this as we move into this chapter more. I see you have it highlighted. He tries to again define reality in a, like, I don't even know how this serves his argument.
You know how to pause it. What are you doing?
I'm clicking it. It's not pausing it.
You got to click the little play
I'm
button.
clicking the screen. Anyway, I don't think you should trust anyone that uses a green highlighter. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. That's absurd. You might as well be using pink. You know, it's just get out of here.
I have a pink highlighter right here on my desk. What are you talking about?
And that's why I don't trust you or anything you say.
It's
You're
the
not even wearing pants.
It's
Okay, of course you have a pink highlighter.
I'm wearing shorts, okay?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not naked here.
Grow up and put on a pants and a tie. Be
I
a
know you
man.
have your tie on. I almost put my tie on just
do.
because I was like,
Look at me. I'm
Sitch-
standing. I'm not even
Sitch has
sitting. I'm
his tie on.
standing in a full suit with a tie.
what happened with your nose job?
Utter professional. Well, you know.
Did it go? You
I
had a
have
little
to not
problem
to
with your
bring it up,
nose job?
okay? As a Jew, I'm very sensitive about my lack of having a nose.
Okay. You paused it.
Oh, so I have to unpause it? Is that the rule?
Really? I don't understand why it's part of the body of this, because he doesn't continue.
Let me explain something a little more clearly. Some people were kind of being contentious and not agreeing with our definition of his definition of reality. And in order to make sure everyone is on the same page, when we say Jordan Peterson thinks reality is constituent of your beliefs, and that is reality, that is from his own mouth. Let me play some clips here, just in a row, to sort of give you an idea, just so there's no question whether or not that is the case.
Right.
So it seems to me that you're saying that...
Okay, get ready, because as good Jordan Peterson fanboys, we have to say that they're misrepresenting Jordan Peterson.
Are you saying that we're motivated
That's what we
reasoning
have
here?
to say.
I mean,
That's
there's
our role.
there's two definitions of reality that I don't see. Like, why are they so into only having one definition of reality? Why? What do you think their motivation for only accepting a materialist view of reality is?
Well, let's play the clip first, and we'll find out.
The reductio ad absurdum of a Darwinian conception of knowledge would be if we ever learned certain truths that got us all killed, well, then that would prove that these things weren't true or that this was an intellectual dead end.
Yeah, they weren't true enough, I would say.
If knowing what is true got you all killed, well, then that would be a truth that wouldn't be worth knowing, but it wouldn't make it less true, right? So if I say,
Well, okay, so that's okay. So let's imagine for a moment. I understand what you're saying, and I don't see that there's any logical problem with it. But I would say that we're actually starting from different fundamental axioms. Like the fundamental axiom that I'm playing with is something that was basically expressed by Nietzsche, and it's a definition of truth. And so I would say if it doesn't serve life, it's not true.
you clearly have to have
So do you understand that distinction there?
Right. But
He's
is
saying-
it
he's-
fair to
Go ahead.
categorize his truth definition as his definition of reality? Because that's not the same thing.
Say that again.
They're saying that because Peterson has this kind of pragmatic Darwinistic approach of truth, that they're saying that he has the same approach to like the existence of reality. But he's not talking about reality. He's talking about truth in terms of survival.
Right. Yes.
So what I'm saying is it fair to categorize saying Peterson has this different view of reality? Because he's not talking about like physical reality. He's talking about truth in terms of survival.
Right.
Which I agree. I don't think we should use the term true, but it's not the same thing.
He's talking about a different perception of reality, which is very different than saying reality is completely different.
Well, he's not even talking about a different perception of reality. He's talking about a different way in which people should think in order to survive.
Correct. Yes.
Which, I mean, I guess you could say is a different perception of reality, but they're making it sound like he's saying that like tangible reality exists differently.
Yeah. I don't see Peterson ever appealing to the supernatural, which is as long as I've been watching Peterson as an atheist, that's what I'm always looking for. He did do one podcast with H3H3 where he talked about a ghost story, but even then did you watch that? It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's interesting.
But even then, he doesn't try. I have huge problems with that story just because, like, one of the stories is that they hear some kind of knocking in a trunk, and they don't look in the trunk. And I was thinking,
I know, isn't that drive you
yeah,
crazy?
where's the scientist Jordan Peterson at? I'm like, get in that trunk. There's a raccoon dying in that trunk, and you need to save it.
That's true. I would have thought like you gotta save the animal that's in the trunk.
Save the raccoon. Have you not seen Guardians of the Galaxy? Raccoons are cute. Save them. So, but yeah, no. So, but he doesn't appeal to the supernatural. He says, there are things that we can't necessarily explain, which you can't. If you look in the trunk, you can explain them. But go ahead.
Well, the only time besides the ghost stories, which I don't think really count. I mean, everyone has like the ghost stories, right?
Yeah.
That like something's happened to them. They're like, what the fuck? But the only time I've heard him maybe appeal to supernatural, I don't remember if it was with Matt Dillahunty or someone, where he was talking about that we have no explanation for what consciousness is. And even there, that was like his like weakest attempt of saying, maybe there's something more than.
Yeah.
But even that was like, it was very, it wasn't definitive. He wasn't saying God exists and he gives us his divine right.
Matt Dillahunty is such just a like anti-intellectual. Like when Jordan Peterson was talking, so Matt Dillahunty made the analogy of consciousness being like a television set. And Jordan Peterson said, well, you want to be careful about that metaphor because that metaphor proves my position, not your position. And Matt Dillahunty had no idea what he was saying. And Jordan Peterson tried to explain it and actually just like gave up. Because he was saying like, so the Jungian ideas, there's this collective consciousness,
Did you just say
right?
Jungian?
Yeah.
Did you just say Jungian?
Is it not Jungian?
No, it's
Did I do-
Jungian.
Okay. Well,
And
I
you, so you don't even
pronounce
have an excuse
I
because you
pronounce
have all your books read to you. So you
So,
should hear.
in the audiobooks, people make mistakes all the time. They call they do. So, but anyway, Jungian trigger. There you go. I'm going to say it again. So,
bothering my inner
Alexander Jung, which I don't even know if Alexander's his first name, but the Swiss psychologist, Mr. Jung, he talks about the collective consciousness being like God, and it's beamed into all of our heads, which would be the perfect analogy to a movie studio, right? Movie studios where the actual activity is taking place and it's localized in the TV, but that's not where it actually exists. But Matt Dillahunty
Right.
didn't really get this connection. He's like, the analogy would be better as like a puppet show happening in your head because, oh no,
What?
I lost my headphones. Anyway, so I don't know if a puppet show would actually be a good analogy, but anyway, we're getting off topic.
We're getting off topic.
So back to the truth, the different truth claims that they're making here.
A conception of facts and truth that is possible to know, that exceeds what anyone currently knows and exceeds any concern about whether it is useful or compatible with your own survival even to know these truths.
Okay, well then I would say that I don't think that facts are necessarily true. I know that I'm gerrymandering the definition of truth, but I'm doing that on purpose because I'm trying to nest truth within a Darwinian framework, which I think is a moral framework.
You're choosing, following Nietzsche here, you're choosing to use the word true. You're choosing to freight it with some moral concerns that will make it very difficult for people to understand what you mean and for you to understand what they mean when you use truth as a synonym for, as you just said, correct. A fact may be correct, but it's not true.
Right.
It seems to me this is counterproductive, and you lose nothing by granting that the truth value of a proposition can be evaluated whether or not this is a fact worth knowing or whether or not it's dangerous to know.
No, but that's the thing I don't agree with because I think that that's the kind of conception of what constitutes a fact that does in fact present a moral danger to people, a mortal danger to people.
I think you're simply deciding at the end of the day to say that any truths that led us down a path where we suffered unnecessarily or died weren't true.
Right. You have to choose what you mean by true.
Oh, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. He says right there, he's like, I realize I'm gerrymandering the definition of truth,
Right.
but I'm doing it to serve a purpose.
Right. And we've talked about this a lot. And I've always said I'm on Sam Harris's side in that I don't think it's right to redefine the word truth. Because it's kind of the same way as people trying to redefine the word racism. They're trying to piggyback off of a concept that already has power.
Mm-hmm.
So just come up with a different word.
Yeah, I did a stream last night with Gary Edwards. It's on my channel where he.
I saw that. It was at like midnight.
Yeah, he pitched it. What was that?
I said it was at like midnight.
What? Are you my mom now? I can't stream it.
Adam, you gotta go to bed.
I'm
It's too late for
streaming
you to
too
be
late now.
talking on the internet with your
I
friends
don't get it. Like, what are you
about the
saying?
existence of reality.
Anyway,
Too late for you. You know these streams are recorded, by the way. Just FYI.
oh really? I thought it was just live and then it was just gone forever.
And in England, where Gary is, it's 7:30 in the morning. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, but anyway, he used the word, instead of metaphorical truth, he used the word useful belief, and we argued over whether or not useful belief was incendiary or not. I think useful belief is actually a good term. So
I don't. I think it's a bad term.
yeah,
It sounds too dismissive.
It
like,
does,
oh, that's
doesn't
a
it?
useful
well, it's very close to what Sam Harris calls it, useful bullshit.
I
Which
think
is,
metaphorical truth is a good term.
I do too. Yeah. And then there's scientific truth. There's factual truth. There's It's like
Right.
all these different layers of truth. Triggered.
You have to. And I'm not accepting the same definition of truth that you operate under, and it's partly because I believe that Darwin trumps realism, let's say. I believe that pragmatism trumps realism.
Your concept of truth is collapsing everything back to whether we survive.
Right.
Presumably
that's
whether
what
we
it's
survive
doing.
happily, right?
No.
You know, even though there was some clip or something about him talking about the afterlife or something, I don't remember what it was. To me, this seems like this would make me believe what you're saying, that Peterson's really a secret atheist. Because I would assume if someone isn't an atheist and does believe in an afterlife, then their primary concern wouldn't be so wrapped up in this idea of human survival.
Yeah, totally.
So they should be happy about this.
In the Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson discussions, which haven't come out yet, but I've listened to the bootlegs, he pretty much says that he's an atheist. Like, he gives his definition of God, and it's an atheistic definition of God. God is a concept. His
Right.
God is the same as our God. Well, you believe. I
Right.
think you believe in God, right?
Yeah, I do.
Do
I'm
you
a
really?
dirty, not atheist, whatever the word is.
In the book Suicide of the West, a Jonah Goldberg book, and I don't know if you know this, but Jonah Goldberg is Jewish.
Really?
So I just had to
What a twist.
But he makes, in the very beginning of the book, he says this is a book that doesn't appeal to God at all. He says, I'm not an atheist, but I think it's important for us to have these discussions as if we're all atheists. And he makes a great case for it, which I completely agree with.
Yeah, that's exactly my position. I don't think you should be convincing anyone of anything on the basis of God.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why this Hugo and Jake stuff is so triggering, because it's like, why, like, you have someone who's smart and intelligent, who's making these appeals from an atheistic position, and you want to try to pigeonhole him as some secret Christian. Guess what? He's not.
Yeah, but he doesn't like feminism. So he's bad.
Yeah. These guys are SJWs, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit.
They don't like that. They don't like that at all.
Just whether or not we survive.
I think you are committed to elevating the concept of truth, or what you imagine to be elevating it, into this kind of the moral stratosphere where it entails
Yes,
goodness.
that is precisely and exactly what I'm doing. There's no doubt about it.
I love it, man. I love this clip, and it triggers atheists like crazy. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Jordan Peterson also makes a great comeback where, like, he laughs at Sam and says, no, I think you understand me. We're definitely disagreeing, but you don't understand me. It's like,
That conversation is so frustrating because why didn't Sam just say, "Well, just use a different word"?
yeah,
Just end of the
totally.
conversation.
Because I wasn't a huge Peterson. Well, I didn't really know Peterson this was one of my first encounters with Jordan Peterson, and I thought he was bonkers. I thought he was totally crazy. Yeah. But it's nice that we can go back and listen to it over and over again. But everything that he's saying is perfectly logical, perfectly sane, perfectly rational, and he jumps back and forth between the moral perspective and the scientific perspectives. Like, he knows this stuff. Like, he knows when you're making a moral claim or you're making a scientific claim. Like, Rationality Rules did an anti-Peterson video on this podcast and was talking about Peterson truth versus like Harris truth or normal truth or whatever he wanted to say. And
Objective truth.
Right. He said by Peterson's definition, everything is a religion. You know, if I go for a walk, that's religious behavior. And I was like, no, because like moral claims are something different than scientific claims. Like, nobody argues over nobody cares about the fact that, you know, the sun is 93 million miles, whatever it is, from the earth. Like, that claim has no moral content, whatever. Like moral
Right.
content has something to do with the social interaction. Like if you're walking over people's graves, maybe going for a walk is like has some kind of moral content. But Peterson knows this. Like he can separate moral claims from non-moral claims just on the fly. Sometimes it takes me some time to work it out, but he's obviously thought about this stuff a lot more than me.
Well, he's looking for
we're
it.
definitely
You know, you shouldn't brought up the Jewish thing. Now I look in chat, and that's all anyone's talking about.
What are
is
they talking?
Jews. I don't know, something about Jews. That's all I see.
We got a ton of moderators in there, but they might all those moderators might be like, all right, I don't know. Hey, go
Open
easy.
the can of worms.
We're Jew friendly here, so go easy on the Jews. Come on, they're the chosen people.
I don't know
for
if it's
heaven's sake.
positive or anti-Jew in the chat. I just see lots of Jew references in the chat.
Knock it off. I just missed the. There's no back it up, but he's like, we're definitely disagreeing. I love this. Jordan Peterson totally holds his own here.
Well, yeah, at least he, as he said, Peterson admits what he's doing. He's not like the people that are trying to redefine racism are being deceptive. about what
Totally
they're doing.
deceptive. Totally deceptive. Yeah. Peterson's playing with an open hand. He is.
Right.
He's not trying to pull one over on anyone.
disagreeing. I think you understand, and I think
I don't think we are disagreeing. I think you are committed to elevating the concept of truth, or what you imagine to be elevating it, into this kind of the moral stratosphere where it entails
yes,
goodness.
that is precisely and exactly what I'm doing. There's no doubt about it.
And if you think we're taking them out of context, maybe you're just taking us out of context. Watch our entire body of work before you can negatively comment on our
my
videos.
God.
Because then you
What are you doing for the next month, Sitch? We got to watch your entire body.
See, well, before we watch their entire body of work, there's a super chat
Oh, yeah. Let's go back to
from
it.
our friend Darth Bundle of Sticks for $10. Says, about the intuition shit in the beginning, it is not self-evident what a good person is. Good culture, good religion, good society, it's all cumulative, right? Great stuff, guys.
Yeah, and that's important. And Jordan Peterson mentioned this in the Matt Dillahunty debate, where he said, there's plenty of societies where they taught their boys to be ruthless killers. Like the idea that other people were the spoils of war, as far as like slavery and whatever detestable stuff you wanted to do to them, that was perfectly normal for most of human history. So,
well, I would say that there is some intuitive morality in humans, but it only applies to your in-group.
Yes, totally, exactly.
And so I guess because there's like, Peterson always brings up the rat thing about how there's an internal idea of fairness, which makes sense in any sort of animal that has to exist in a social hierarchy. There'd have to be something biological, because we're assuming that a lot of the lesser intelligent animals, they don't have like deep thoughts about fairness, but yet they exhibit some sort of thing that we could maybe say is like a moral basis of behavior.
Right.
It's the
emotional intuition. It's the same thing that we have.
Right.
It's the exact same
Exactly.
thing that we have.
Right. So the non-intuitive part would be the specifics of what we deem is right and fair, and also transferring that to an outgroup.
The beauty of human beings, though, is that we invented the institution where we can take accumulated knowledge and now we have so much that we store in our genome, so much of our behavior that we store in our genome, and
You're biological determinist.
Well, but I'm also saying that we have stored a lot of our behavior in the cultural layer, which is what Brett Weinstein is always talking about. So not only do we have stored, we develop brains that are like hard drives, and the software is in the cultural layer. And as we grow up, we go through this process of downloading the software. But the software is also competing in the cultural layer, because groups compete with one another. Like the whole idea of nation states is a group competing with another group, right? Back in throughout history, the way that they competed was, we're gonna invade your country and take all your women, right? But then all of a sudden, that state is bigger. I mean, the interesting thing about human beings is they are kind of parts to appropriate for our tribal purposes. And even today, like all of Wall Street is companies, which are basically super organisms made up of individuals. But those companies, there's an argument to be made that those companies are competing on the corporate culture. Like if they have a certain innovative corporate culture that produces better products, that culture will win out over another culture.
Right.
Which is it's fascinating stuff. But you don't get to these ideas if you don't examine the kind of stuff that Peterson is actually examining, which is one of the things why he's so interesting. I was interested in this stuff because Haidt examines this stuff, but Haidt just isn't near as popular as Peterson is. So
Well, he doesn't attack the SJWs
yeah, exactly.
as much,
and
he's
won't.
he's not as charismatic.
He did want. Oh, you're terrible. Is it because he's Jewish?
I like.
Is it because
Haidt.
he's Jewish?
Is he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, totally. Peterson is talking. He's also talks about it differently. I actually tweeted, like I screen capped a tweet of Jonathan Haidt where he did do a little bit of attacking the SJWs. I was so surprised about it. And his new book is The Coddling of the American Mind, which I think,
Right.
I mean, that book is, let's just face it.
I think
Who's he talking about?
The thing that made Peterson so popular wasn't just, I mean, the attacking the SJWs kind of got people in the door, and then it's like, oh, then he slaps on all this like very unique way. I guess not unique because they all say Jungian, but this unique way of looking at the world and interpreting things and symbolism in the Bible, and it's all very interesting. And then on top of that, then you have all the self-help stuff. So it's like people get like suckered into like the many layers of Peterson.
Yeah.
Where I'm not sure Haidt has like, I don't want to say like he doesn't have depth. I'm not saying like he's not smart, but I mean he doesn't have like these different layers of interest.
Yeah. Well, he's attacking a lot of. He's not afraid to take a side, which I think is why his popularity is vastly beyond anybody else's. I'm not afraid to take a side either. It's just my politics end up taking sides on both. I don't have a consistent position for all
You're
things.
a dirty
Like
fence-sitting centrist.
no, I'm not. The only reason why I'm a centrist is because like I'll take a hard position. I'll take a conservative position on like the trans stuff, and then I'll take a liberal position on healthcare. So,
Right.
But I still take strong positions on both sides of that. I'm skeptical of Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro, it just seems impossible to me that you have that your positions are completely in alignment with the party line. And Ben Shapiro's, like, where does he differ from the conservative position?
Well, are they? I mean, I don't know. I don't follow him so much. I mean, my understanding is that his positions don't fall in with the Republican Party. They fall in line with like the strict libertarian philosophy.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, he's 100% an ideologue.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's why I like watching him talk with Eric Weinstein, because Eric can like very deftly. Eric is like so great at being able to parse out like the emotional part of an argument and say, yeah, but X, Y, Z, like factually, and you're just kind of like, oh, I don't have a response to that.
I think Eric was on. Did we? I think we might even watch that one where they were on the Rubin Report. That's a great episode. Everyone should check out. Eric Weinstein
everyone
is
should
great.
definitely watch it.
I wish Eric Weinstein was more charismatic because his ideas are phenomenal.
Yeah, but he's on the spectrum, I'm pretty sure. So that's probably why. I don't mean it's like a bad thing. I'm just saying.
No, not at all. I wish I was on the
I can hear the
spectrum.
laughter in his voice. You're making fun of him. You're such an ableist.
No, I'm. Maybe I'm on the spectrum. I don't know.
I believe it.
I'm definitely obsessed with the anti-theists. What I love on Twitter now, I see them calling themselves anti-theists, and I think, my plot is working. Because I want the label atheist back. I want to be able to say I'm an atheist and people not look at me like, oh, like I'm the one with the war on Christmas or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, I live and let live. I'm a libertarian atheist, right?
You're a left-wing
You're just
libertarian? I
an
don't think so.
uneducated swine at this point, really. That's really what it is, right? Or maybe we can give each other the benefit of the doubt, and everything we say from here on out, including Jordan Peterson, we take at face value and in context of the rest of the book we've already read.
Sure.
Because that's how you read a book, is from A to B, not from A to C to B.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
I think that's pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so choose. Because if we're taking them out of context, you're taking us out. Saying.
He's talking to us right now.
Is he? I couldn't tell.
That's
Oh,
fine.
look,
All
it
the
says
people in
right
the
there,
comments.
Adam. Okay, you're right.
All the people in the comments, saying that's not what Peterson meant. So, but that's what they're doing right now, because they're saying, as again, Peterson's talking about truth, not reality.
Yeah.
Those are different concepts. So,
And his concept of truth is what motivates behavior. That you can never have enough facts. Like, none of us can tell the future, right? You don't know
Right.
if this is the right behavior. That's why I love his true enough. True enough is just a great term.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
You don't like it because all the New York Times reporters are out there like, yeah, this is true enough. Alt-right figure.
Exactly. There you go. It's too dangerous of a concept.
It's true enough.
Because and
Front page.
I do believe strongly on my list of values is at the top is like you have to figure out what objective reality is telling you, and
Right.
even though it's impossible to 100% know, you got to try.
That's why we're detectives. It's
For
true.
justice.
It's true.
Right.
We want to know just the facts.
Just the facts, man.
He goes on to talk about, and he says, scientific truths were made explicit a mere 500 years ago with the works of Francis Bacon, René Descartes, and Isaac Newton. In whatever manner our forebears viewed the world prior to that, it was not through a scientific lens, any more than they could view the moon and the stars through the glass lens of an equally recent telescope. Because we are so scientific now and so determinately materialistic, it is very difficult for us to even understand that other ways of seeing can and do exist. But those who existed during the distant time in which the foundational epochs of our cultures emerged were much more concerned with the actions that dictated survival and with interpreting the world in a manner commensurate with that goal than with anything approximating what we might understand as objective truth. Before the dawn of the scientific worldview, reality was construed differently. Being was understood as a place of action, not a place of things. It was understood as something more akin to a story or a drama. That story or drama was lived, subjective experience as it manifested itself moment to moment in the consciousness of every living being.
There's quite a bit.
Don't you think that part of the reason that so much of human culture, pre the technological era, was rooted in story was because that's how human beings remember things, especially before they had written language. Like, you had to pass down the story of reality.
Right. Yeah, totally. That's how
So-
the cultural era began, before we could put it on the written substrate.
Right. See, but this is, I guess, this is where the Peterson problem comes out, is because, like, if he could phrase it like the way that I phrased it and talked about and just in more clear words about the what you say, was it the utilitarian something of religion?
Yeah, the secular utility of religion.
Yeah, the secular utility of religion, and talking about the secular utility of storytelling, and that's why they looked at the world this way. Then Hugo and Jake wouldn't have such problems with it.
The thing about it, though, and one of the reasons why I think Peterson is so popular, is he does leave it open to interpretation, which I read this book, The Evolution of God, where he talks about one of the reasons why religion has stuck is because it allows multiple interpretations, which allows people to agree. They think they're agreeing on the same thing, and they're agreeing on completely different things. This is one of the reasons why Peterson is always saying, like, I don't want to answer the God question, because the chances of us defining God in exactly the same way are just way like minuscule. That's not going to happen. So, but most people in our daily lives don't care. Like one person's defining God as energy or love, or
Yeah.
and one person's defining God as wrath and vengeance, and they're like, oh
Right.
yeah, we both agree, we love God. So it allows people to cooperate even though they have very different ideas of reality.
Well, cooperate in the short term,
Yeah,
maybe not the long term.
yeah, exactly. This is one interesting thing about the the growth of the atheist movement once the internet came into being, because they all thought, well, we totally agree, you know, none of us believe in God, but really, you know, some of them were anti-religious because, you know, religion's a patriarchy, and some of them were anti-religious because it's not true, I've been lied to my whole life. So those people ended up sussing out that disagreement, and that's how the different sects formed. But it's
Right.
fascinating stuff.
There. He does the same thing we were talking about with the lobster hierarchy in last chapter. If you haven't seen that, you should watch that. It's serial on purpose.
These guys are
Old
such,
things, old ideas are inherently
what are you doing?
more valuable.
Did you do that on purpose, you bastard?
No, because I was gonna. We were both pause at the same time. That was a problem.
You the pause game going.
I was gonna.
These guys are such views whores. I just want to point out, they're like pitching their other video. Nobody cares about your other video, okay?
because we've never done anything like that before.
Of course we would. That's how you get the views. We would never talk about Jordan Peterson.
I was gonna tell all the young kids at home that are definitely watching this stream, don't drink soda. It's bad for you.
Oh yeah.
Drink water.
Big
okay.
time.
Don't listen to Hugo and Jake's product placement.
Don't drink Monster.
Don't drink Monster. Just drink water, coffee, and tea. That's it. Nothing.
Yeah.
And don't put sugar in it. Okay.
An
Be a man.
espresso.
Drink it black.
There you go.
Real men like it black.
Oh my god.
Or virtuistic, or whatever the word would be, virtuous, based on their age alone, based on the length of time for which they have existed.
Sure.
And not even in like an actual tangible way, but like very metaphysically, like, because there's not actually a way to say, because he'll claim later on that like 1 billion years ago this was the way reality was interpreted because of, you know, your perceived actions. Or like, okay, I guess, but like that's not really valuable at all. That's just saying that like our sensory organs operated and we synthesized information in this way, and that's how we perceived reality. Like, that's how we perceive reality now.
His entire line of thought falls apart.
I don't know, because like I don't think he's taking Peterson out of context, but I do think he's not. He's kind of taking the anti-theist, the smug anti-theist attitude of, you know, Peterson's, I'm assuming, is talking about how if we had if human beings had a system that helped them survive for hundreds of thousands of years and become the dominant species on the planet, then you probably shouldn't just throw it away like it's like nothing.
You think?
You know? Yeah. So it's like, you know, maybe, you know, I'm not saying that we should be beholden to it forever, but you should, you know, maybe, you know, respect it or look into it.
Yeah, that's just why you stop the car before you get out. You don't just jump out when you're like, go, oh, here's my stop. You know, you ease off the gas. You slow the ship down before you make wide-ranging changes to society. I mean, but people have done it. I mean, there's Mao's China, which is Peterson's always talking about. I don't know if you've read anything about the Great Leap Forward, where they decided, oh, okay, like religion's bad, we need to change everything. Let's just change society overnight. Guess what? Everyone starved to death.
Yeah, it was a big problem.
It's a big problem. Yeah, people don't change very easily. He talks about this in the book I'm reading now, the Suicide of the West book, how we all have inherited a biology that was shaped over evolution. Like, we have a biology in our heads that's millions of years old. That's that he gives an example that's amazing, where he talks about how when we came, like, it's very difficult for people to live in modern society. That modern society is very much goes completely against our biological programming. And he points out how when the settlers came from Europe, and started the colonies, they never had Indians that wanted to join the Europeans. But every time the Europeans went and stayed with the Indians for like a week, they were like, I'm Indian now. That's just like the way we're developed. Like it just feels so natural. It feels so good to just to be that tribal. Like that's what we are. We're a total tribal species.
Right.
And we have all this culture that evolved to kind of pound us into like living in a modern society. And even kind of the stuff that we're doing here on the internet, like we're doing what the Indians would do. Like this is a tribal engagement with them. You know, we've invited them. You know, they like we are acting out psychologically what the Indians would have acted out physically. But because we're doing it because it's fun. It's like it's what our human psychology is all about. It's fascinating stuff, man. All this stuff is
And
totally
I imagine that's where so much of modern society's depression and anxiety disorders come from.
Exactly.
We're all living a lie.
Exactly. Well, I just understanding this stuff has helped me. I very much was boxed into an atheist materialist view. And I think just understanding it makes it more acceptable. Like at least I can rationally understand, you know, why certain things trigger me or why I get upset about certain things.
Right.
I think having the evolutionary link to that is helpful. I think denying
That's why
it is not
evolutionary
good.
psychology is the best.
It is, yeah. One of the reasons why I wanted to start YouTube was to get more of these young whippersnappers to go into evolutionary psychology. Seriously. I mean, there's a lot of people on YouTube that are, I mean, they're in school. If I could go back, I would totally study evolutionary psychology. I'd be all over it.
Because he starts talking about, you know, before science, which is only recent, in the past 500 years or so, people perceive the world not as objective truths or an objective reality, but a place where dramas took place.
That's not really true
That's
at all.
not the case, because the allegory of Plato's cave predates Christianity by quite a while, and that's like the foundational, like, parable, if you will, in philosophy to be like, reality, objective reality might exist out there, and we are all looking at it through some sort of lens of perception.
Yeah, and
people were aware of the concept of self-awareness and reality and objective reality. This is not new.
And it's not even Plato. Like, it's just like...
So that doesn't make any sense to me, what he's talking about.
Oh, your pause game is off the charts.
Because that's not at all what Peterson's talking about. He's just talking about the utility of storytelling and the way people thought about the world before science. He's not saying that people weren't aware that objective reality didn't exist, you know, or whatever.
You made the argument that that the reason why the story thing was so popular was because it was technically useful. Don't you think today it's just as technically useful? Don't you think politics is really about narrative and all that stuff?
Of course. That's why, you know, whenever they make a movie of something, you know, people remember of a real event. People remember the movie typically better than they'll remember whatever the real event was, because it's drama. Our brains are wired for that drama and conflict.
Yeah. Yeah, conflict drives the story.
So I don't know. I feel like they're not nesting. It's annoying because they don't understand. They don't explain it. They don't understand where Peterson's coming from, even though they played the clip from the Sam Harris podcast. And Peterson's whole point is that Sam Harris believes that we as human beings can find a moral system that everyone can live by, and it's going to be entirely based in logic and facts and science. And Jordan Peterson's saying that's not going to happen.
Yeah, ever.
Ever.
His separation of the world into tools and obstacles is really brilliant, because that's really how he's saying, okay, logically we think of the world as objects, materialistic objects. He's saying emotionally we think of the world as tools and obstacles. Like everything we see in the world is either a tool or an obstacle.
Right.
And it's so true, man. It's so true. When you start thinking of the world that way, you're like, yeah. Because Haidt talks about affect too, and how even words have a certain affect to it. When we were talking about useful belief, we're discussing the affect of that word. Is that word triggering? Are people going to be offended by that word? is metaphorical truth offending? I mean,
Right.
the reason why words stick is because they don't offend people. People pick them up because that's not offensive. That's useful. I'll use it. Right. That is the face that I should have used in the thumbnail, man. That one that's like priceless.
Take a screen cap real quick.
Nah, I'm good.
Any philosophers back then, and however you weight philosophy is fine, but he's philosophizing right now.
Yeah.
We got an eye roll
this.
there.
Like, this whole book is basically that. And there's some fans of Jordan Peterson who are like, I don't like philosophy. I think they're all hacks. You read this shit? Like, a lot of it's just philosophical. It's musings. It's a thought experiment that this guy's going through that you buy for some reason, both actually and metaphorically.
That's such a weird? That's like saying, I don't. I saw. Why would someone tell me like some imaginary thoughts they had about like an imaginary battle, and then like film people enacting that imaginary battle, and then why would you buy that? That just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's completely bonkers. Why is Marvel so rich? I don't understand. It's like, huh? Zoinks?
The idea that objective truths didn't exist before 500 years ago, before we had like actual science, I guess, even though, I mean, however you want to describe that, people were doing actual science anytime they did trial and error. That's actual science, just because you don't have names for that at that time, just because you don't have scientists at that time. Science it doesn't have to have like doctors and scientists and PhDs, and you don't need physics. You can literally just like, does the ball roll down the hill better this way, or if I throw it, or if I throw it up and then it rolls? Like, there's no, like, kids do science.
It's this weird obsession he has with making his language incredibly flowery, incredibly, how do I put this? His prose are very novelesque. Does that make sense?
No, it does.
He wants to paint a very dramatic picture. Like,
well, they are dramatic. Anything that is good to him, to Jordan Peterson, is painted with it's rose-colored glasses. Really, it's got this sort of like majesty to it. It's got this poetry involved with it, and then anything that is negative, in his view, again, chaos being feminine, etc. He starts putting periods at the end of sentences instead of being long and
so translation, he writes like Ernest Hemingway, and he's optimistic.
That's so terrible.
I know. How can you go wrong?
What a bad person.
It's a very moving book. I mean, I was totally hooked immediately. So, and he knows this is the good thing about psychologists writing books. They know how we think.
Right.
Like, so much of it is he sticks to stories. The problems with maps of meaning, I've tried to, like, maps of meaning, there's stories inside, and as soon as he starts talking in a narrative, like, immediately focus. You can pay attention. But he'll go pages and pages and pages, and that's all abstract ideas, and the mind just, there's nothing to grab onto.
Right.
Like who's the bad guy here? Who's the good guy here? What are we talking about? What's going on here? I'm lost.
See, you're just illustrating the point we talked about earlier.
It's true. It's true. This is useful in politics too, because I think one of the reasons why the progressives and the Democrats have been getting slaughtered so much is because they have bought into this. People are just transactional, and that you just give them give them the facts, and they'll take those facts and turn them into, they'll assume that they're the people that are on my side, but that's not how people are at all.
That's how they used to be. I think they're not really that way anymore. Because like you could say all the SAW stuff is totally a narrative. Yeah.
They still, I listen to some people that are on the progressive side, and they still talking about things, and like making an emotional appeal is somehow deceptive, which I don't think is deceptive at all.
Well, it can be.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it depends upon the specific emotional appeal, but you can't just blanketly say any emotional appeal is deceptive.
They're probably saying that because most liberals are coming from the perspective that the majority of conservatives are dumb because they're voting against their own economic interests, and thus they are being tricked emotionally to do so.
Right.
I'm assuming that's what they're talking about.
So it's basically a post hoc narrative, which could just totally be blown apart if you just think, oh, conservatives are voting for their moral interest,
Right.
right?
But I would assume, like, I guess most liberals are trying to look at it through the materialistic, objective lens of reality. Which, I mean, they're voting against a lot of, upper class liberals are voting against their own economic interests. They're doing the same thing. They're voting for their, as you said, their moral truths.
Yeah. It's so funny too because the progressive sides are the first ones. I mean, they are the anti-theists. They're the ones that say,
Right.
well, if you don't kill people because you don't, there's no sky daddy threatening me with eternal damnation, right? You're a better person if you do it just because you're a good person, right?
Right.
That's moral interest right there. They're voting their moral interest. They're saying truth is more important than metaphorical
Or,
truth.
helping the poor or whatever. Redistributing wealth.
Oh boy, we were really moving this thing. How do we move this thing? What are we at? How long have we been on, guys? Oh, an hour. It's going to be 5 hours long.
Yep.
All right.
Prosy, it's very like, this is pain, this is suffering, this is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so
Let me give you an
it's
example.
intentional.
In any case, that which we subjectively experience can be likened much more to a novel or a movie than the scientific description of physical reality. It's the dream of a lived experience, the unique, tragic, potential death of your father, compared to the objective death listed
Just point out, it's the drama, not the dream.
in the hospital records, the pain of your first love, the despair of dashed hopes, the joy attendant upon a child's success. He speaks the language. He has a great emotional vocabulary.
Yeah,
he speaks in the vocabulary of emotion and tries to get you to liken things in the world and liken things that he wants you to liken them to these strong feelings and have these strong feelings about things. And aren't all these feelings...
What was I saying about emotion being deceptive? I feel like they're
There you go.
completely making
Because
my
I was
argument.
going to say,
here.
like, I don't know why they're bringing this up because it's not a bad thing. I mean, he's
Yeah,
writing
exactly.
A book. It's like,
Yeah, they as in my former life as a screenwriter, they used to always say it's not motion pictures, it's emotion pictures. People go to
Right.
the movies because they want to have a meaningful experience. Hey, get over it. Like,
feelings what matters. Again, very postmodernist for a guy who doesn't seem to like postmodernists very much.
To me, it speaks to what...
he gets that critique a lot, but it doesn't, because his critique of postmodernism is them saying that there's no narrative that is valid.
yeah,
And Pearson
exactly.
is not saying that. He's saying there is a narrative that's valid. It's just not. It's just necessarily not the objective truth narrative, which I don't necessarily agree with. But
I want to take it one step further to the objective truth narrative, though, because I think, like, I honestly think once we got into Western civilization where religions are competing for memberships in something like a free market economy where, people can leave and join. So you're getting the religions that have the highest membership, you can theoretically say are producing the happiest people, because why would they join voluntarily unless it was producing some kind of secular utility in their lives? So I want to figure out what narratives are producing those kind of outcomes and why those outcomes are objectively better. It's one of the reasons why I always focus on the forgiveness thing, because I think forgiveness is, like, we can do studies and say objectively it's better. I mean, you've heard the saying, like, when you carry the corpse, it ends up killing you. I'm murdering that, but
I know what you're trying to say.
yeah. So, but the idea of forgiving someone and letting go and not letting things eat at you I think it's just a better way to live. It's difficult,
Right.
because those people are bastards. And we need,
Right.
we need to play karma cop and get even with them. Like
Well, I
how
would
many
just say
people? Go ahead.
that you shouldn't. I don't think you should pair the utility of religion, with making people happy. Because I mean, you can
Yeah.
have
Oh yeah.
useful happy, but and I agree with you. I think religion does provide secular utility, but I think that there is that problem of so many people are probably religious not because of that, even on an unconscious level. They're just religious because it was drilled in their head as a child. So it could have, could not only could it not have secular utility, it could be harmful to them. and They
Religion.
could still follow it.
Yeah, religion by force. I make this distinction all the time, because you're talking about, obviously when you're talking in social psychology, you're talking about numbers. You're talking about the
Right.
on average thing. So religion is harmful in all kinds of cases. Obviously the pre-scandal that's horrible. So yeah, it does destroy people's lives in certain ways, but the measure for me is if it's voluntary. Like if people voluntarily accept religion, and if
Yeah, but
there's
free will doesn't exist.
well, come on, Sam Harris.
So there's no voluntary anything.
That's I like the free will. I don't know where I'm at on free will. It's pointless to even really talk about it, because we have to act as if free will exists anyway.
Right.
So
By his target audience is someone that would feel very strongly towards a catchphrase such as "Make America Great Again."
Drink water.
And that's not to say that
oh
every
my God, did you hear that?
Yeah.
You're a
He
make
said,
you're a Make America Great Again, Sitch.
didn't we both voted for Trump, didn't we?
I didn't vote for Trump. We
I'm being sarcastic.
we were at a VidCon, and Sitch was wearing a Make America Great Again hat the whole time. I was
I
like,
was actually
man,
dressed up as Donald Trump at VidCon.
like, take that off. What are you doing? You're gonna get us killed. Do you see all these non-binary people surrounding us? Like, it's so it's just denigrating his audience. It's delusional. It's completely delusional.
Jordan Peterson fan as a Trump supporter. I'm not saying that. No. It's just that what Make America Great Again evokes in people.
You were straw manning him so hard right now, friendin.
I was. That's okay.
People that really respond positively to it. This same language evokes positively to them, because I don't know how to make it
what
sound
happened there?
any other way.
Did you see that huge cut?
No, I didn't.
They cut something big out there. I think he went on for 45 minutes about Trump, his Trump derangement syndrome, and they were like, "Oh, we better cut that out. We're gonna lose our last subscriber with that one."
Then he's kind of tricking people. He's kind of tricking people into buying the premise and then laying out the premise by wrapping it up in these nice little pretty words. Does that make sense?
He goes on. Chaos is the domain of ignorance itself. It's unexplored territory. Chaos is
What are they accusing him of tricking them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like what is he tricking them into doing?
Buying the book, maybe. I mean, I feel tricked. The person who tricked me into buying the book is Hugo and Jake. So, I mean,
well, it's very interesting. I think it goes exactly back to what you're saying about this kind of liberal idea that all arguments must be devoid of emotion, which I think I fall into that trap too, of thinking that.
well, in motivation, just motivation is all about emotion, and morality is all about emotion.
Because that's what emotion is. Emotion is motivational energy.
Yes. Yeah. Move towards it or move away from it.
Exactly.
Because I'm triggered or I'm enticed. And it works on animals too, which is great because they can't even talk to one another.
extends externally and without limits, beyond the boundaries of all states, all ideas, all disciplines. It's the foreigner, the stranger, the member of another gang, the rustle in the bushes in the nighttime, the monster under the bed, the hidden anger of your mother, the sickness of your child. I like that it's not like the hidden anger of your father either. It's the mother. He always goes to feminine. It's so weird.
It is weird.
Chaos is the despair and horror you feel when you have been profoundly betrayed. It's the place you end up when things fall apart, when your dreams die, your career collapses, or your marriage ends. It's the underworld of fairy tale and myth, where the dragon and the gold it guards externally coexist.
Yeah, I think before this he had invoked Smaug from
Yes.
Smaug from Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit.
He was talking about how the Hobbiton is
A place of order.
a place of order.
Even to the naive, I believe he says, or
Yes,
ignorant.
but the minds of the dwarves, they're chaos.
Yeah,
Okay.
because Smaug takes...
See, it's so stupid that they're making fun of this, because that's what makes Peterson so interesting to people, is that he's able to take these stories that people likes and says this is why you find it interesting, and you go, oh, that makes sense. I never realized that.
Moments.
But no, that's funny to be mocked.
Well, they're not even really, they're not in a position to understand it. Like they couldn't.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they couldn't. They couldn't make this. The whole point of this whole video is to mock Peterson. The whole point of our video is to mock them. So I mean,
there you go. Exactly.
But, I mean, you did catch me straw manning them, and you did say something. So we're better than them. Just FYI.
takes over. Because they have gold.
Yeah.
I don't understand really the metaphor. It's not a very good one. It's
So Jordan Peterson again continues on about chaos and order.
See, there's the smug liberal elitism. I don't understand the metaphor, so therefore it's stupid.
Yeah, but you understand the chaos and order, right?
Yeah, and I understand why you would look at The Hobbit or almost every story, especially when he talks about dragons and gold and what they represent. I mean, I don't know. I think it's all very fascinating.
He said one place in the book, which was interesting, and I think it's later in the book, but he talks about the dragon and how the problem with the dragon is, like, your instinct is to build walls and to keep the dragon out, but ultimately the dragon just can come at any time and just screw your shit up. Right. So that's why you have to venture out and destroy the dragon. You have to confront the dragon, which is the hardest thing to do, which I mean, that's totally amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's even more interesting with dragons because, I mean, when you look into it, most people think the reason a dragon exists is it's like a combination of the various predators that hunted humans, before they were human.
Right.
Like you have like the talons of a bird, of a raptor. You have the kind of like the reptile jaws.
It's an archetype.
Yeah, it's like an archetype of like a combination of a bunch of different animals.
I can't remember the movie. There's an amazing dragon in this movie. I wish I could remember it. It's Beowulf. Have you seen the movie Beowulf?
Yeah, it's terrible.
But the end of the movie is awesome. Like it's.
Are you talking about the one with Angelina Jolie?
It is, yeah.
There's a dragon in that movie?
The dragon. Oh, you didn't make it to the end. Ha ha.
I did make it to the end. I don't remember the dragon.
The dragon in the end of the movie is amazing. Amazing.
Have you read Grendel? See, I have read a book. Have you read Grendel?
No, I don't. That tired old shit. I don't read anything.
No. Grendel is. I would recommend everyone in chat read Grendel. It's amazing. They retell the story of Beowulf from the monster's perspective, and it's like super awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
They do a bit of that.
Have someone
in the
read
movie.
it to you.
I can't believe you don't like that movie. I can't believe you don't like Beowulf. I love that movie.
It's terrible.
It had the guy from Sexy Beast was doing. Have you seen Sexy Beast?
No.
You haven't seen Sexy Beast? Oh man.
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Watch the movie Sexy Beast. Everyone in chat, watch the movie Sexy Beast. It's awesome.
Instead of reading a book, watch a movie.
Yeah. I'm not telling them to watch like the social justice Star Wars. Come on. Tell them to watch a good movie.
Okay.
Order, and he talks about chaos and very much connects it to women for some reason. Again, you can talk to me about Adam and Eve. He's certainly going to. But at the end of the day, that black and white framing, the Pandora's box, the whatever, it's a very specific way of looking at archetypes. There are other archetypes. He chooses the ones he hones in on.
Well, the ones he hones in on are almost exclusively biblical.
Yeah. Anyway. Chaos is also the formless potential from which the God of Genesis I called forth under using language at the beginning of time. It's the same potential from which we, made in that image, call forth the novel and ever-changing moments of our lives. And chaos is freedom, dreadful freedom too. Order, by contrast, is explored territory. That's the hundreds of millions of years old hierarchy of place, position, and authority. That's the structure of society. There he goes again with saying that the dominance hierarchy of society...
It's just the way it should be.
It's just the way it is and should be.
Yeah. Also, there's this kind of way that he...
How come it's called was it naturalistic fallacy or something?
Yeah.
When just because Peterson never makes that claim, and everyone attributes that he is.
That the natural, just because it's from nature, it's good. Yeah, he said
just because he brings up that it's in nature, they always say, "Oh, he must be advocating for it."
Yeah, he's describing it. He's just describing the way it is. I think it's funny too that these guys are so triggered by the hierarchy, but they're obviously, I mean, on Twitter, they're constantly saying, you know, we're like the big time YouTubers and you guys are nobody. And like, they're making a dominance hierarchy play. I mean, I'm doing it too. I'm saying, look, my views are 3 times your views. Like, why are you playing it that way? We all know the truth. Subs don't mean anything. Like, nobody's watching your videos, man. Like,
when you have low subs don't mean anything. But when you have a lot of subs.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, they're Jordan Peterson video. They're doing these Jordan Peterson videos because it gets attention. People are out there searching Jordan Peterson, but they're on the wrong side of the wrong side.
You know why they're doing the Jordan Peterson videos? Because it's a story. It's a drama. It's a conflict, and people like their stories.
Exactly, and they're pitching every archetype that Jordan Peterson is this evil, sexist, reactionary from the 1950s that wants you to get enforced monogamy.
Yeah.
Wants you to get married forcefully to some basement dweller.
Stand up straight, bucko.
Yeah.
Clean your room.
Oh. All right.
When he reads this book, or when he writes this book and you read it, he constantly, and I don't know if this is because he claims he's not a religious man. He constantly goes like, "Oh, fundamentalists, they're bad. They're just as bad." And I respect atheists because they don't fall into fundamentalist traps very often.
He says he respects atheists,
I know.
and then turns around and says he doesn't think atheists are atheists.
No, I totally agree with you.
That's the biggest. Atheists don't fall into fundamentalist traps. Every single atheist that I'm talking to on YouTube is in a fundamentalist trap. Seriously.
But you see, it's interesting how
so I don't know if he does this on purpose.
They perceive that Jordan Peterson is lying about his views on atheism because he says that atheists aren't atheists. And then they take that as like an emotional disrespect.
Yeah, exactly. Triggered. What? I'm not an atheist. I told my mom to fuck off when I was 12. I'm an atheist.
Purpose or whatever. But he always frames the God of the Bible, this right now God of Genesis, as like a good force.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's to try to get a Christian audience to agree with him, which could absolutely be.
I can see.
Or to try to get people that aren't that.
Is that true? Because I haven't read the book. That he actually puts God as a good force.
I mean, God is definitely, I mean, God is an archetype, but I mean, in the book, he talks about all this stuff in terms of psychology. So much of it is psychology. And he focuses more on the relationship between Adam and Eve than really Adam and God.
Right, because
Yeah.
I feel like based on what they've previously said, I wouldn't be surprised if he never portrays God as a good force. He portrays God as the force at which people look to emulate or
Right.
to,
An archetype.
right. So they're doing the thing again, where just because he says people are doing it, they're assuming Peterson says that's like the way to go.
Yeah. They perceive religion as oppressive. Their worldview is the progressive worldview, where they see everything as oppressor versus oppressed, and religion falls into the oppressor category
Right.
for them.
Although you could say that it is oppressive, but morality is an oppressive force.
It is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I want to really go out and play real life Grand Theft Auto like all day long, every day. Are you kidding me? But then morality comes along and like ruins it. It's like totally bullshit.
To be that, which I can also see. It might be both, honestly, because he toes the line between the two without ever actually taking a stance because, it's effective, I guess. It's just really interesting. The more you read this, the more times he'll use words like sin and walking with God is a common term that he brings up in this chapter.
It's a main wrap-up theme.
It is a main wrap-up. Like, to walk with God is to be... So, like, what are you trying to get across? Are you trying... The idea, again, you mentioned this when we started this, like, PewDiePie was like, whoa, this is religious? Come on, Pewds. The fuck, man? It's very clearly religious. Like, you can't read chapter 3...
Virtue signaling to the alpha male.
Well, they're criticizing him. They're trying to take him down the hierarchy a little bit.
Yeah, they're trying to move up the hierarchy. They don't have much insight. I don't understand. I mean, your summary was perfect. Like, he's taking these stories and he's saying this is why these stories are interesting, because the way he encapsulates the relationship between Adam and Eve. I mean, he almost makes it seem like something you would see on reality television. It's pretty fascinating.
Right.
So, but they're missing all of that just because Adam was walking with God. I think in the book when he's walking with God, this is I guess this is in this chapter. When he's walking with God, Peterson gives the guy a hard time because instead of telling God the truth, he lies to God and blames it on the woman. He's saying that was a total cuck move for the guy to do in modern parlance. But I mean, they're not getting into any of the depth of what Peterson is really saying here. They're just saying, Peterson's talking about religion and that's a prohibition for us. We're atheists. Like, religion is valueless in our book. So, put two and two together.
So fuck them.
Yeah.
Avoid it. You can't read any of it and avoid it, but at least the other ones were a little bit shorter. This entire chapter is Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Anyway, continuing. Order is tribe, religion, hearth, home, and country. It's the warm, secure living room where the fireplace glows and the children play. Again, do you see this?
It's so flowery and poetic. It tastes like soft-baked cookies at grandma's house. You know what I'm saying?
It's the flag of the nation. It's the value of our currency. Order is the floor beneath your...
It's interesting. They were saying how his language, appeals to the Trump types or the Republicans.
Yeah.
And I guess it simultaneously puts off, the liberal. because of their tribalism, they've allowed the conservatives to kind of steal away all this, positive, traditional Americana imagery.
Yeah. When I think of flowery, poetic language, I think of liberals. I don't think of conservatives. To be honest,
Right. Well, they
with
mean
you,
emotionally driven.
Yeah. Well, I think conservatives are more in touch with they don't see emotion being deceptive. They just see it being natural, but.
Right. But I think that's totally for a cynical reason, because you had for a long time, the conservative movement was dominated by the religious right.
Mm-hmm.
and they were all anti-science, so they had to appeal to emotion to survive.
Do you, I wonder. Sometimes I wonder how so conservatives are so not anti-science. It seems like everybody's anti-science when the
Yeah,
science
not
is
now.
against them.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
like in our history.
Yeah, I guess they
And-
were against Galileo and whatnot.
Yeah, well, I don't mean like that. I mean like in the, if I'm talking about like to like all the evolution debate.
Right,
It was the liberals that want to teach evolution and the conservatives that didn't.
right.
And what I've noticed happens is that like the feelings will stay around even if the reason goes away. So like the feeling to not to be somewhat distrustful of, coastal scientist academic types because they're pushing the evolution. Like the reason for why that feeling will go away with time, but the feeling will keep going.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why they have, as you said, the right can be more okay with an emotional appeal, and the left has decided that emotional appeals are bad.
And you're saying that the only reason they feel that way is because the right is making emotional appeals, and we hate them, which
Well, I'm
is
saying that's why the liberals don't like it. Yeah,
right, which is an emotional appeal.
of course.
Whenever
then-
anyone says that this makes me angry, I feel forced to tell them that anger is an emotion.
And see, to me, that's part of why it's interesting, is why I think the SJWs are such hypocrites, because everything they do is this appeal to emotion, is this getting rid of facts.
Yeah,
I feel this way about what you said, and that's what matters. My feeling.
yeah. I hope we're gonna get
Feet
some
in your
substance
plan
here.
for the day.
That yellow line is just not moving. I don't get it.
It's weird.
Like I feel like we're further
gross
along than that.
Fasci light imagery.
I don't know about fashy. It's nationally.
Isn't that crazy? He thinks that like the traditional being at home with like kids
Yeah.
and like safe is like fascism,
Fascism.
or is like fascism
Yeah.
light.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's pretty psychotic.
It's crazy. Yeah.
nationalistic-y,
It's
but
hard nationalism. Get your mom's apple pie. Get the American flag. Let's go bomb some people
yeah,
in
I
the
mean
Middle
he's
East.
he's Canadian, so
I know he's Canadian.
But
I understand
Yeah,
that.
I just it's got this 1950s classic Americana feel that he's tapping into. And it's not just for Americans, because I mean people felt this all over the world at different times.
Yeah.
Like the Great British Empire has felt it. Indians have felt it.
Yeah.
I mean Chinese, Japanese. It doesn't matter what culture you're from. You have this nationalistic past at some point, maybe current now, or like maybe right now in America, Russia. It's so impressive, like that no one like who reads this, besides a small minority apparently like us and some other people that have read it, go, okay, propaganda guy, can we calm the fuck down and actually get to the point here?
Where everything is certain,
the
we're
book
in
doesn't
order.
ring of
We're there
nationalism at
when
all.
things are going according to plan and nothing is new and disturbing. In the domain of order, things behave as God intended. We like to be there.
Things behave as God intended.
Uh-oh, he triggered him.
This is not a phrase you use. Triggered. From even a neutral state. Like, you don't use this if
That's
you're on
not
the fence.
That's not a phrase you use metaphorically. That's not
just
something you
isn't.
say metaphorically. It's
And like some people, again, in the comments last time were like, I think your atheism is clouding... I'm an atheist. I'm not that much of an anti-theist to where I don't think you can invoke these things. Like, it can be done. There's a really fantastic... there's a song I like a lot. And there's a line in it that says, "Never trust a millionaire," quoting the Sermon on the Mount.
Sure.
I agree with that. That's very interesting to me. And that's the kind of like...
How brave. What a brave liberal.
What, he's going
While
to
I
take
don't
on the
agree with
rich?
Yeah. I like the Bible when it criticizes rich people.
Then we should use it up. Peterson is he's not nationalistic in the book at all, really.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't even when he talks, he's not really like why he's Canadian. I don't like the nationalist stuff. I don't know that
It's-
Canada is super nationalistic. Canada
projecting
knows
their-
that they're the 51st state of America. They know what's up. They know where they stand in the hierarchy.
They're projecting their American centrism on the world.
Eh?
Sermon on the Mount. It is hypocritical for a millionaire to, take care of the poor and be meek. The meek shall inherit the earth. Like, so I'm not so anti-theist that I can't find value in these ancient words.
Sure.
At times,
Absolutely.
in certain contexts. This is not what that is. This is no. If you are to find order, that is the way. You are living as if the way God intended. You are living a godly life. You are walking along.
So they started this video playing a clip.
Oh,
about
that's the
how-
one that I did for the thumbnail.
Oh, is it?
I'm sorry.
But see, it's interesting because they started this video saying they're criticizing Peterson for not viewing reality as objective materialist. And they show the clip. And yet they fail to hold that view and Peterson's view about how stories are important and symbols are important for the rest of it. Because they're literally seeing Peterson write, as God intended. And they think that's what he's literally talking about that. He's not talking about the idea of God being the emulated super archetype that you're supposed to become or whatever.
They don't have the right lens. They don't have the right
Right.
secret decoder lens or secret decoder ring. They don't understand Peterson talk. But they haven't really
it says
made
you-
any attempt to understand Peterson talk either.
Right. Well, because what happens is everyone just has their initial emotional reaction to something, and then we just justify it afterwards because there's no free will.
Exactly. Beggar Hero has a super chat for us. Do your super
Are you
chat
trying to-
voice.
Oh, okay. My super chat voice.
I'd rather listen to Satanists talk about Christianity than atheists talk about nationalism. But more important, would have Distributus on to discuss Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah, I'm actually supposed to do a live stream with Dave. Dave's a Distributus. Sid should come along for that too. I did my first live stream with Dave. I had done a video critical of The Amazing Atheist, and I thought Dave was we were just gonna have a friendly discussion, and Dave was out for blood, which was fun. It's a great live stream. It's out there if you want to look it up. I think it's on
He was
his
out for
channel.
blood against you or against
He was
me,
out
an
for blood
atheist?
against me. Yeah.
Okay.
There were a bunch of people in his comments saying Dave, why are you being so mean? He seems like a nice guy.
Distributus is he atheist?
No,
I don't watch any of his videos.
he was an atheist and now he is a Catholic. But
That's what I thought.
he approaches a lot of this stuff from a materialist perspective, the same kind of an atheistic perspective, which
Right.
so we have common ground there. Obviously, if there's common ground, I'm gonna take it.
It's interesting. I like to see the numbers of people who are atheists and then become religious. I feel like there's a very small amount of people.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it would be difficult for me just because I have so many public declarations of me being an atheist. No, I'm serious. I mean, I'm just being honest.
Ideologically. Yeah, pragmatically, it would be really shitty for me.
There is this thing called the consistency principle.
Right.
And it makes a difference. I mean, I think even if I did have some, a rock hit me in the head and all of a sudden I believe in God, it would probably
It would take a rock.
It would probably still be. Well, the thing is, if you know about the simulation thing, there could be a God. There really could. If we live in a simulation, there is a creator.
That's a
So.
stupid theory. I'm so over it. I'm so over simulation theory.
Yeah. Scott Adams has some really good takes on simulation theory that are pretty mind blowing. So, but I'm into this. I like David Lynch movies. I like getting my mind blown. Okay. That's where I am very much on the left side of the political spectrum. Openness to new experience, I'm all about. Why
Unless
is
it
this?
involves trans people.
I'm just curious. Do you think that's broken? That yellow thing? Because it seems like it's not moved at all. I feel like maybe we're over here, and we just don't know it.
Yeah, you're right. It is broken on that screen. It's not broken on our screen.
Really? Well, my screen is the screen. Where's it at on your?
I mean, on the watch together screen.
Yeah.
On mine, the yellow is where his left wrist is. His left wrist.
Oh, so it's over here.
His left. Yeah. So it's
right there.
No. Yeah. His left wrist.
There. It's there.
I can't see the arrow anymore. Whatever.
Okay, let's
It's
go.
working on my side. That's all that matters.
So just so you know,
Wrong side.
Just so you know,
we're a little bit further along.
we're further along.
God, it reads like a preacher.
Oh
When
my
your tax
God!
return has been filed,
Preacher!
that's order. When you're audited, that's chaos. Most people would rather be mugged than audited.
You know, I was thinking anyone who's a rabbi or a priest, they should all just read Jordan Peterson and just like talk about what he talks about. Like they would get like so many more
Oh
people
my
would be
God!
interested.
Their
'Cause that
churches
shit's
would be
usually,
filling
like,
up.
So boring, like 99% of the times.
There's that guy Paul Vanderklay. Have you watched any of his videos? He's
No.
a church. I don't know if he's a preacher or a priest or what. I think, but he talks about Jordan Peterson all the time on his YouTube channel, and he must be doing exactly what you're saying, because it is, man. It's totally interesting. All these tired old stories, nobody cares. Like as soon as you update them and realize, oh, these make sense from an evolutionary perspective, which evolution is fascinating for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
Before the Twin Towers fell, that was order. Chaos manifested itself afterward. Everyone felt it. The very air became uncertain.
What?
What exactly was it that fell? Wrong question. What exactly remained standing? That was the issue at hand.
Okay.
Why is that funny?
There's some more. Now this is intentional.
Because they don't understand the concept, or they don't, as you said, they don't want to understand it because they're trying to make fun of it.
Does it make perfect sense that like September 10th was order, and then the world completely changed after September 11th? It was
It makes
crazy.
perfect sense to us Peterson defenders.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming to most people in chat, they completely understand it, and it's not like a complicated concept.
Yeah. Chaos is when you decide to make a 12-part response video to Jordan B. Peterson everyone loves. And you get savaged in the comments.
So are we like super chaos for making a 12-part response video to a response?
I guess. I don't know.
We're below chaos.
Americana.
I think more than anything, this goes to expose sort of the problem with trying to put things into categories of either A or B in any circumstances.
Sure.
This is why you can't do that with things in the world. Things are more complicated than that. You can't just say things are order and chaos. What do you mean it was order before 9/11 and chaos after? Certainly I can viscerally understand what you mean.
Didn't he literally explain like what he meant by order and chaos? Like,
Yeah.
Right before this?
like a whole chapter.
okay, I'm making sure I'm not
he's
like
talking about,
hallucinating here.
when you think you have a good marriage and you go home and you find your wife screwing the postman, like that's chaos. You're like, what?
Yeah. Okay.
Like he
I'm just
gives
making sure.
hundreds of examples. Yeah. He does.
By that, it brings...
I don't know if it's this chapter, but he tells a story about a girl trying to get to a meeting, a woman trying to get to a meeting, and there are all these twists and turns, and things are going well, and then things are going bad, and then things are going well, and then things are going bad. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
So he shows the order versus chaos. He illustrates the order versus chaos idea very explicitly.
But not explicitly enough.
Well, but
to
they're
mind-
they're translating chaos into feminine. Like whenever he says chaos, they hear feminine, and it just triggers them. They're like, whoa.
Oh, he shouldn't have. He pragmatically talk about your pragmatic truth, Mr. Peterson. Okay, he should not have brought up the whole masculine feminine thing because it didn't really like add anything to his argument, and all everyone does is yell at him for it.
But is he playing 4-dimensional chess? Because seriously, everyone getting triggered over that is why he's huge. Like if you wanted to pick a group of people to target, you couldn't go wrong targeting atheists. Atheists are the most hated people in the world. They are. No, I'm serious. Like, think of who he's targeting. He's targeting atheists and communists.
Well, he's not targeting atheists. I don't think that's a fair. He is targeting communists. I agree with that.
Right.
But I don't think he's targeting atheists. He's just saying that they're overlooking the utility of religion, the
Right.
importance of it. It's like a soft target.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I
I
don't-
don't know. The whole
I-
idea behind making it, the left is losing their. They all bring it up in every single interview that chaos is feminine. Oh.
Right, but I think if he didn't put that in there, I do think he would still have all the interviews he's having.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
think
I
he
think it might not be. I think his status might not be as high as it is. We'll never know
I
though.
mean, I guess that's true. We'll never know.
But for me, it's true enough.
Images of that day.
He's
images of
intentionally
first responders.
evoking the Twin Towers disaster. But before that, literally the year before, you think Order was people freaking out about Y2K? Like, I remember that. I was there. I remember people literally, like, Columbine, 1997, the Iran-Contra deal before that. Like, Somalia with President Clinton.
Pretty sure Columbine was 1999, but whatever.
Black Hawk Down. I believe that was Somalia. I could be wrong. Desert Storm.
It's just pandering. It's annoying. Chaos is the deep ocean bottom to which Pinocchio voyaged to rescue his.
I mean, do we even have to explain why that's wrong?
Why it's not
I think we
pandering?
just-
Why he's making an argument here, a real tangible argument?
Yeah. I think we'll just assume everyone understands.
Father from Monstro, whale and fire-breathing dragon.
He constantly, if it's not biblical references or a very brief celebrity or scientist reference, I think the number 2 most common reference he makes to literature or any media outside of the Bible, number 2, is
Pinocchio?
Disney.
Disney? It's probably the things he said.
He'll list several things later on. He'll say Pinocchio, Beauty and the Beast, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella.
Specifically the ones Disney has adapted into movies.
Yes. I don't understand why. Why does he the idea of
Does him not understanding why Peterson's evoking Disney just tell you everything you have to know?
Yeah, definitely.
Like, it's baffling.
Disney's grown an empire out of translating archetypal stories into modern
Exactly.
into modern characters. Disney gets it. Joseph Campbell gets it.
They used to. Now all their Disney movies are feminist propaganda.
Well, this is the problem. Like, this is the problem with the social justice idea. Like, they have a narrative now that is not true enough, because they have this idea that you can create a world in a movie as you want the world to be. Like, this is why they want, all these different minorities to have representation into the movies, because they think, well, if we just have a transgender star in a movie, people will respect transgender people. If we just have a purple hair spaceship captain, people will think, that just because you have purple hair doesn't mean you can't be a spaceship captain. But it doesn't work. I mean, people want those stories because they resonate with them, not because they're just digesting the stories and living their life. They're acting out the stories. These stories have been going for a long time.
That's the problem that they have, because they don't view the world as, the biological deterministic factors that we view the world. So they say, oh, okay, it's not that people like these stories for some deep-rooted biological evolutionary reason. It's because, culture affects everything.
Right. They only like these stories because it's Star Wars. It's popular. They'll like anything.
Yeah.
We'll just take this story. Oh, we tried to make a progressive movie, but there's too many bigots in the world. Like, it didn't
that's the
work.
problem.
It didn't
Yeah,
work.
it's not because we didn't, try to appeal to these kind of universal symbols of, heroes and villains that the original Star Wars worked on. It's because, they're just bigots.
It wasn't even a question back in the original Star Wars days. I mean, this is why. I mean, they've created a narrative that there is no human nature, which is just. I mean, that's bonkers.
It is bonkers.
How will this get off the ground? How does this end?
You know, it's interesting because it used to be the conservative religious types that were so, you know, egotistical and saying that humans were separate from animals, and that's why evolution is not true.
I know.
And now it's like reversed. Now it's the liberals
It's
saying
totally
there's no
reversed.
biological, you know. It's crazy.
Of Jordan Peterson, just fresh off a Patreon stream, wiping his eyes from his good weep, and then turning on some Pinocchio.
That's legitimately
and
funny.
Yeah, this is really good. I'm gonna write it in a book.
That journey into darkness and rescue is the most difficult thing a puppet must do. He wrote that in a book, and the editor was like, yes.
Yeah, a puppet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Order is the stability of your marriage. It's the buttressed by traditions of the past and by your expectations, grounded, often invisibly, in those traditions. Chaos is that stability crumbling under your feet when you discover your partner's infidelity.
Again!
Like
What
the
the
fourth fucking time he brings this up.
Jordan, I'm sorry, but
Jordan,
like, you gotta.
who hurt you?
Do you want to be held?
You
my
yelling
friend?
hurt me.
I'll embrace you.
Chaos and order are two of the most fundamental elements of lived experience, two of the most basic subdivisions of being itself. Again, remember, being with a capital B is how he defines reality for some reason. But they're not things or objects. They're not experienced as such. Things or objects are part of the objective world. They're inanimate, spiritless. They're dead. That's not true of order and chaos. Those are perceived, experienced, and understood, to the degree that they are understood at all, as personalities. And that is just as true of perceptions, experiences, and understanding of modern people as their ancient forebears. It's just that moderners don't notice.
Moderners, we are our intellect. We are not tapping into what our forebears had in mind. Like we don't understand reality because we're materialistic and secular. But the forebears who didn't have those concepts, now they were really on the nose.
There is an interesting distinction to be made that the conservative side of the political spectrum does very much see the world in order versus in terms of order versus chaos. And the progressive side sees the world in terms of liberty versus oppression. So to them, they see order as oppression, and the conservatives see liberty as chaos. Like liberty taken to the point where, you know, you've got 72 different genders and you get to pick your, like, that's a form of liberty, right? You get to pick your gender. They don't put it on your birth certificate when you're when you're 10 years old. You get to decide.
Right, but the same token, the libertarians are, they're very anti, I guess, government control. Which I mean, is that considered order? I don't know.
And I have made this distinction that progressives and libertarians, I know they hate this because they hate each other at the current moment, but libertarians,
horseshoe theory, is that what's happening right now?
Well, no, libertarians and progressives are both on the left of the political spectrum. They both see the world as liberty versus oppression, but the progressives see big business and rich people as the oppressor, and libertarians see government and government regulation as the oppressor. But they still see the world in terms of liberty oppression. But
so you just triggered everyone that says the Nazis are left wing, is what just happened right now.
Well, the Nazis weren't for liberty; they were extreme form of order, right? I mean,
right, but they always say Nazis weren't right wing because they imagine that the left right wing spectrum exists as libertarian on the right and communism on the left.
Yeah, libertarian is not on the right. Like, I don't know how you could say, like, if you think of the political spectrum and the extremes being, out of, Jordan Peterson has talked about this dozens of times too. On the right, where you get maniacal is where order is like Big Brother's watching you. You know, Big Brother's deciding what job you do. Like that's order gone amok. And then on the left side of the political spectrum is anarchy, which, I mean, you can see the left wanting to just abandon, like, all live happily in the woods together, right? That's pretty much
Right.
yeah. The libertarians are like anarcho-capitalists. Isn't anarcho short for anarchy?
Yeah, but I mean, not all libertarians are anarcho-capitalists.
Right. But I'm just saying, I see the spectrum. I know people argue over the spectrum all the time, but you can
I
see.
guess it is arbitrary.
You can see in these guys, they see the world as liberty oppression, right?
Right.
I mean,
Definitely.
they're not. They can't even understand the argument that Peterson is making about order and chaos, and it is inherently a conservative argument. I believe. If you saw the political spectrum from liberty and order, like if they just saw the right side of the equation being about order and not seeing it as being about oppression, it would be a lot better. And if the conservatives saw the left side of the equation as about liberty and not about anarchy, it'd be better.
Yeah, you may be right. I never thought about it that way, but you may be right. That's why the left has a lot of problems with Peterson.
They do. The right does see the left as anarchy a lot. I mean, I see him talk. I'm just saying this so when you guys when you listen to people, you can look for. Remember, it's their behavior that gives them away. It's the words that they say. But you'll see. I'll point it out when they're talking. They tend to separate the world into oppressor and oppressed.
There.
This is where we start getting trouble with
women are oppressed. That's why they're standing up for the poor, oppressed women, right? Women are so oppressed that when Peterson says chaos and he's talking about women, it totally belittles them. It's like disrespectful. Oppressed.
When he's talking about chaos being feminine, it's all a metaphor. He starts bringing it out of the realm of metaphor a little bit in these next few pages.
A little bit?
And starts dragging it right into reality, where he says, oh no, when I'm talking about that chaos as a thing, we mean in personalities. You know, the personalities women have.
I mean, he'll literally use the term bitchy later.
Anyway.
Oh my god.
I know.
The personalities we've evolved to perceive have been around in predictable form and in typical hierarchical configurations forever. For all intents and purposes, they have...
In the beginning of the video, they were saying, this whole chapter is Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve. Like, there's barely any of that. They're not talking about like the Bible at all.
Talking about 9/11 and... I don't know if you know this, Sitch, but 9/11 happened in the Garden of Eden.
Hey, well, metaphorically, you could say getting thrown out of the garden was like 9/11.
It was.
That was their 9/11.
Yeah.
It was, what would the day be? If it was like the 8th day, it was the 1/8.
Chaos is when your bitch accidentally eats the apple and then talks you into it.
How dare you? How dare you?
I know, sexist pig.
And female. For example, for 1 billion years, that's a long time.
Yeah, we know how long 1 billion is.
The divisions of life into its twin sexes occurred before the evolution of multicellular animals. It was in a still respectable 1/5 of that time that mammals who take extensive care of their young emerged. Thus, the category of parent and or child has been around for 200 million years. That's longer than birds have existed. That's longer than flowers have grown. It's not 1 billion years, but it's still a very long time. It's plenty long enough for male and female and parent and child to serve as vital and fundamental parts of the environment to which we have adapted.
This is a way to take a naturalist or a materialist, anyone, usually atheists are both of those things, or strongly one. They might be even synonymous to most people. And you make them go, oh, but now I can be conservative about this. Because
not only that, it gives you an out to be potentially transphobic
Yeah.
because
Well, yeah.
this is a new thing that's just cropping up. It's not a new thing.
See, this is always my problem, and it's not liberals that do that. I mean, everyone does this, where they want to deny the inconvenient reality because they feel like it gives ammunition to the other tribe, and that's
Yeah.
what they're doing right now. They're not arguing against the science of, yes, look at all the mammals that have, two different sexes, and those sexes have two different behaviors, and we're assuming those behaviors are biological because they're not super intelligent humans. Okay. So to assume that humans don't have the same processes built into them is like ridiculous.
Is transgenderism in nature? I wonder if there's like a porpoise swimming around out there that's like, I really feel like I'm a male.
Well, I mean, I guess they would say, the couple animals like the reptiles and stuff that can change their sex, they would say that's transgenderism in nature.
Well,
But then again, that would kind of hurt their argument because humans can't do that.
they've done studies where they put transgender people into MRI machines and they look at their brains and they do have a brain pattern that's
Right.
male or female. So the transgenderism does exist. I mean, it's not a naturally occurring. Well, it is a
Well, it's
naturally
naturally
occurring
occurring.
thing, but it's not
statistically normative, I guess would be the word.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the trigger word for them. They don't like the normal thing. Like you're not allowed.
Right.
Like anything is normal for them because you don't want to. The oppressed class is the one
Right.
that they're standing up for is the one that's the not normal people. The Tyler Preston
Right.
gave us a $5 super chat. You guys ever heard of Cody Johnson from Some More News? Guy's a total cuck. I wonder if he's just hey, what's up, Tyler? By the way, I wonder if he's just doing that so he can clip us out saying, "Yeah, Cody Johnson's total cuck, man."
Do you know who that is? Because I've never heard.
I
of
don't. Hey, Cody, I don't know. I've never heard. Maybe you're nice. I don't know. I'm
But
gonna
you're
take.
also a cuck.
I'm gonna take
Apparently.
Preston's word for it. So anyway, these guys are horrible.
Oh, he works for Cracked, so
Okay, they've gone a little social justice lately.
they've kind of more than a little.
Yeah, this all goes back to critical theory. Were we talking about before the stream?
I don't know.
I can't remember. Weren't we talking about the prejudice plus power? Did we talk about that on the stream?
Oh, I said that's what I'm doing my next
Yeah,
video
you're
on.
studying it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the critical theory is complete cancer because the whole idea behind critical theory is that you always judge art on its ability to move progressive values forward, and that's so wrong in my eyes. Like
Right. Yeah.
art is about
And that's exactly. Oh yeah. Continue.
you can't have art for art's sake if art becomes like it used to be.
It's propaganda.
Yeah, art used to be about the search for beauty, the search for meaning. Like now it's about political propaganda. Like
Yeah. Like if you're saying that all art has to be in favor of your ideological values, it's just propaganda. It's not art.
once this was pointed out to me, and I can't remember who pointed it out or where I read it, or I might have even seen it in a video. Once that was pointed out to me, I was like, oh my God, you see this in everything. Like the even competition, like art competitions and whatnot, like they're judging them on that criteria, on you know
Yeah.
how this helps oppressed classes. It's social justice criteria is Star Wars is being judged on the social justice criteria now. It's not about whether or not Star Wars is entertaining. It's whether or not it moves whether or not it stops the negative stereotypes and promotes positive stereotypes. It's like, oh, can't I just enjoy the movie?
No. It's current year. There's no more enjoyment. Only
Yeah.
politics.
Do
thing.
they
It's
love
just-
each
There's
other?
more, eyeballs on it than
Yeah.
ever.
I
But they
believe
might
it.
say like, "Oh, this is a new thing, men and women. It's been a thing for billions of years. This is nature. You're abnormal. You're a fucking."
It also implies
See?
Is there a word for this? Because I always use the term secondary argument or secondary thinking, and it's where you're upset at a concept, not at the concept itself, but because of where you believe the concept will lead.
Wow.
And it's so dangerous because you see this so much in politics, and right now that's what you're seeing. They're not arguing. Why don't they just concentrate on arguing against the naturalistic fallacy? Because that's their argument.
Yeah.
And everyone agrees with you that you don't do that. That's stupid. And as we were talking about earlier, our society's not natural. It's kind of what's so ridiculous about the alt-right. They try to make this natural argument about people being separated into groups. It's like, yeah, maybe that's more natural, but we don't live in a natural society anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a bullshit argument. So why don't they just focus on that instead of trying to dismantle science?
It is interesting because what you're basically saying is they're trying to shoot down an idea because where they fear that idea will lead. And the whole idea behind these narratives, the whole idea behind developing narratives is that these narratives will lead to good outcomes, good positive social outcomes, or where
Right.
the place that they will lead is good. And that even the idea of like the critical theory in art is trying to promote ideas that they feel will lead to the right place. But
Right.
conservatives and liberals have a total different idea where the right place is.
You just made me realize that they're literally doing what they were criticizing Jordan Peterson of doing, because they're looking at truth as not an objective materialistic thing, but as a subjective, where will this take us in society, and will this be good for us? So
Yes.
they're against the idea of this sexual dimorphism existing biologically because it's not true enough for them.
Yeah. It
they're
oppresses too
Totally
many.
in there.
It oppresses. All of politics is really a battle over metaphorical truth. It's really a battle between narratives. Like the progressives have this narrative that we must free the oppressed, and conservatives have this narrative that we must fight off anarchy, that we must maintain order. And those two narratives are completely in conflict. The whole transgender pronoun things is an assault on order. It is an assault on order. Because think of all the chaos that ensues.
Well, it's weird because on one hand it's an assault on the established order, but it's trying to create a new order.
That's
even,
chaos.
more ordered.
That's chaos.
Sort of. It's kind of both though. Because they want
like listen, if you can't even if people have non-binary on their, like if you're a police officer and you need to apprehend a suspect and you look up their driver's license and it says non-binary, well, I guess they're going to be the easiest to find. You're going to be like APB on someone that you look at them, you can't really tell what they are.
But that's part of my critique against the non-binary genders, is because they're taking the spectrum of behavior and they're trying to piece every single possible permutation out and give it a specific name. And isn't that like ultra order?
Wow, that's an interesting way to look at it. I see that as chaos, but I understand the argument
it's chaos
that you're
in
making.
that it's chaotic in that it's dismantling the established order, but then it's trying to create a new order that's even more ordered, which is weird because that's why I say it seems so unliberal to me that they're doing all this.
Yeah, and part of the order is that you have to say the pronouns. Otherwise, suicide rates will go up. It's
Anyway,
true.
Hugo and Jake are
that's the new established order.
We proved that Hugo and Jake are total hypocrites, and they believe in Jordan Peterson's pragmatic Darwinistic approach to truth.
Do you think they're watching these? Do you think they secretly watch these?
No. I don't think they watch them. I wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't watch someone criticizing me for 3 hours.
People make Rucka made a 5-hour response video to me, and I was like, oh man, it's just interesting to hear what people think. I mean, I'm there. I listen to them all the time. Although I think Cogent. I think it's Cogent Canine. He made a response video to me, and I didn't watch it all the way through because he was repeating himself over and over again, and I felt like, okay, well, I get his argument. We're probably repeating ourselves over and over again. We should just make it.
We are, but they're repeating because they have a problem with their understanding of Peterson, and then the root of that problem is never solved, so they just keep repeating the fuck up in their thinking.
Yeah. It'll never be solved because
nope.
It's not their tribe loves this stuff, man. They all come to the trough with the same assumption. Peterson, word salad. Can't understand what he says. Exactly. Get me some trough.
Procreation is part of the natural order, and thusly is virtuous. It's not very veiled here. It's pretty obvious what he's saying.
It's a conflation between traditional, male female nuclear family systems and seeing that as an ideal.
And by the way, I'm taking him out of context right now, I guess. But see, the thing is, they're going to say you have to watch a bunch of his other stuff to understand the context. The reason I even
no, you just have to get your head out your butt. That's all you have to do. I mean, it's as you said earlier. It's just because there's an emotional goal for them to diss Jordan Peterson, and there's an emotional goal for us to defend him. So we're all just kind of the blind in the blind here.
But there is a position that's right though, and it's our position.
We just happen to be right.
Yeah.
Because it happens to justify, because we just happen to be on the right side of this.
I'm trying to think of when I'm wrong though, but I never. Like when are we the Hugo and Jakes in this scenario?
That's the next friended quote. I'm just trying to think of when I'm wrong. Never.
I guess I have a very Scott Adams outlook that a lot of things I think I don't really have enough information to make a claim on, where a lot of people, they don't need any information to make a claim on. They just run in boldface, obviously he's a sexist. I heard it on CNN. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we like to look at the evidence first. We like to
we're right about everything.
We like to cherry pick the evidence first, and then we'd go.
Listen, everybody. Okay, me and Adam, we know the truth. Okay, we know what's up. You can trust us and our perceptions, but everyone else, they don't know shit.
Yeah, they don't.
These two guys here, they don't know shit. Not like us.
But in reality, though, that's true. It's metaphorically true and scientifically true. It's both correct and accurate.
And wise.
And wise.
Have this opinion of this paragraph the way it is, right? Like the reason I think that it's conservative is because of the other material that he's put out.
If I just read this book, I might not pick up on it. It's
right. That's
other
what I'm
things
saying.
You hear him say.
That's context, people. That's actual context.
When we first began to perceive the unknown, chaotic, non-animal world, we used categories that had originally evolved to represent the pre-human animal social world. Our minds are far older than mere humanity. Our categories are far older than our species. Our most basic category, as old in some sense as the sexual act itself, appears to be that of sex, male and female. We appear to have taken that primordial knowledge of structured creative opposition and begun to interpret everything through its lens.
So the most basic.
So this is why I don't agree with Jordan Peterson's definition of truth, because you get behavior like this, like Hugo and Jake, because they don't think that the truth is beneficial to their idea of society.
It is beneficial to their genes, though. I mean, they're probably going to get laid over this stuff. I'm serious. Like there's a hierarchy out. I mean, I'm assuming that there's women in their hierarchy. I mean, I haven't seen any, but I'm just making an assumption. And they're battling it out. They want those females that hate Jordan Peterson.
thing about us is sex?
I disagree.
I disagree strongly. I'd say it's
Did they just say they don't like sex?
You called it. You called it right as we were talking about that. They go into sex.
the urge to reproduce, and gain resources, like probably gain resources and then reproduce because you need those to do that. Which you can do asexually.
The paper he uses to cite this, by the way, is from the 1950s.
I'm not surprised.
And it was a Jungian fucking...
It's all, well, he invokes Carl constantly in this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... I strongly disagree that biological sex has any bearing on whether or not an organism functions. Like, I don't know, the way he frames this is like it's inherent.
Wait.
Yeah. This is crazy land.
Wait, did Mr. Atheist, we're arguing against religious people that don't believe in evolution, just say that sex doesn't have like an important function on how an organism operates?
Yeah. It's
I just want everyone to like wrap your mind around that. That really, see, that's what I always say is that, you know, the SJW thing really like showed me the true red pill, which is that the majority of people don't believe something because of the facts or because it's true. They believe it for some emotional reason.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's no intellectual. That's why I always put intellectual consistency as one of the most important values, because it's one of the few ways that you can combat the Scott Adams, you know, we're all just, no one knows what the fuck's going on.
The persuasion world. What
or
is
the emotional world.
What is their motive? But I think once you take the red pill, the funnest thing is to dive down into what the emotional motivation is. I mean, we're armchair psychology, but the emotional, they're trying to protect transgender people. That's the root of all this nonsense, right?
Well, no, I think the root is they believe Jordan Peterson is a secret Christian conservative who's trying to pull people back into religion and fighting against all the hard work atheists have been doing recently to push off the shackles of oppressive religion.
But why is he saying that biological sex is irrelevant?
Because Peterson's saying it's important.
But don't you think it has something to do with the transgender stuff? I mean, the transgender, like, there's a causal connection between, like, the way we don't oppress transgender people as we say biological sex is irrelevant, right?
Right. I mean,
because then
I'm
we're
sure
all
that
in the same boat as
reinforces it.
transgender people. Like,
Right.
you and me are just picking our gender. We just picked our gender. We just happen to pick our gender.
I'm cisgendered.
My gender picked me, FYI. It's not something you just turn on or off, so.
To our being.
He frames it as if every single person, like him, I assume, must view everything from is this masculine order or is this feminine?
Like, that's what I mean. Like,
he thinks it's innate, but it's not. It's a way he chooses to view the world, and in such he puts things into categories, and sometimes they don't fit, but then he'll maybe take a hammer and kind of smash it in there, and you know.
Right.
What I mean?
Well, like the oldest known organisms were multi-sex, so and could switch in between.
Well, actually, no. The oldest organisms were not multi-sex. They're unisex.
Right.
So that doesn't even make sense.
They didn't have sex. And his argument, the passage that he read was saying that splitting into sexes, like sexual reproduction, is how evolution got going, guys.
Right. And it's weird that he would bring that up, because if his whole point is that evolution doesn't affect our psychology, then why would bringing up the fact that single-celled organisms reproduced asexually have any merit to the conversation?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that imply that trans, like that's
Oh,
the
look,
oldest?
he's talking
and
about the
most
trans.
basic.
This
Isn't
is-
that most virtuous and good in that scenario?
That's
Like,
the
You
thing
called
about
it.
using nature as a litmus test for what is good and
That's
or
what I'm
virtuous.
saying.
You can point out anything and say this is comparative to something in human society.
We just need like a sound effect that we can press every time they like make the naturalistic fallacy.
Boy!
Or they assume he's making the naturalistic fallacy. And it should be the sound that you just made.
Yeah, I know. Boy! Naturalistic fallacy.
but I mean, we just straight up know.
We need a new fallacy. We need a fallacy for people thinking other people are making the natural fallacy.
That at least as far back as we can see, like RNA, we don't really have the stuff before that. or at least not information on it. That split asexually. That didn't have male or female. That didn't have spermatozoa, or you know what I'm saying? Like it didn't have like any sort of reproductive outside of the cell itself.
He goes on to say,
Fucking wild.
this is perhaps because the primary hierarchical structure of human society is masculine, as it is among many animals, including the chimpanzees, who are our closest genetic and arguably behavioral match. It's interesting to me that he outright says, like, the primary hierarchical structure of human society is masculine.
Yes.
But he very specifically says, like, people who say the patriarchy is a thing. Like, I'm not here to say one or the other. I don't have a big opinion on the patriarchy as an entity. But he's literally saying here, like...
Right, it is that.
It is that. Isn't that what he's arguing against when he says, like, social justice warriors shouldn't be arguing against the patriarchy because it doesn't exist?
But he literally makes a case for it existing, which is stronger than any case he's ever made that it doesn't exist. It's so fucking weird to me.
Do you want to iron that out?
Beyond that...
Oh, you're pausing the same time as me.
Yeah.
You want to iron that one out? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, do you think they literally don't understand the concepts of the patriarchy, or like, are they just that ignorant of the concept? Because it's not just that it's male control; it's that males are purposely subjugating women and holding dominance over them.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess they don't know that.
But the idea that order is innately masculine. I mean, when you look at construction sites and whatnot, I see a lot of guys. So
right. Well, but I talked about this in another live stream, that in his Maps of Meaning video where he talks about order and chaos, he talks about how like a baby views their mother as like the ultimate source of order, and that the rest of the world that they don't understand is chaos. And you see like a baby will explore the room, and then they'll come back to the mom, and then they'll explore the room, they come back to the mom. So it's kind of like, from that perspective, you could make the argument that the idea of a mother is the ultimate source of order.
Right. Mothers are patriarchal.
Or matriarchal, I guess.
Yeah. He's also talked about how in male dominance, males can't compete in female dominance hierarchies, but females can compete in male dominance hierarchies, because it improves female status to win in a male dominance hierarchy, but it lowers a male status to win in a female dominance hierarchy.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah. So I mean, the idea that society is masculine makes perfect sense because of that. And I mean, in nature, you see that all the time. So it is a descriptive claim. I don't know that he's saying that that's right. And we've moved. I mean, is it, are women oppressed because of that state of nature? I don't know that they are.
I don't think so. I think part of it has to do with, and I'm saying this descriptively, I'm not saying this prescriptively.
Yeah, sure.
Is that
nice
most most mammals, and even non-mammals, most male-female pairing animals, you have the male typically has to do something to attract the female, or to go and get a female.
Right.
In almost every single animal. And it's the same thing in humans. And that would make, if you take that into consideration, that would explain what you were saying about why females can exist in the male hierarchy, but men can't exist in the female hierarchy.
Not every species has the same reproductive patterns, though. Do you know, like, the reproductive patterns of dolphins? It's brutal. Like, they 3 or 4 males run around, and they're basically roaming rape gangs. That's how dolphins reproduce.
Right, but it's still the males have to seek out the females.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. But there's no attractive going on. There's no attraction going on. It's like they have 3 of them so they can corner them.
Well, I guess a better way to say it is that the males have to be the proactive force.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Definitely.
females are the reactive force.
Definitely. And that's been described in all manner of study, if human study.
Right.
That's why in order for them to make, that's why we're just shaking our heads that they're making these claims, because you have to make these claims from utter ignorance to be able to say, like, male, the whole idea that male and female are unimportant now just because this transgender issue came along.
Well, you can make the argument that you think we should be moving away from that, but you can't make the argument that it doesn't exist.
Why
that's the problem.
why are people making the argument though that we should be moving away from that? Because ultimately I think it's like a liberty argument. It's like they think being able to choose your own gender is liberating.
Well, I think part of it's just because you have a lot of white people who want to not be part of the horrible oppressive white class. So if you're non-binary, you get like your little out card.
It's a get out of jail free card. You get to get
Yeah.
out of the oppressor narrative.
Right. But also it's just because, if you look back at our history, whether it's right or wrong, because I'm not a historian, I don't know, but it's, the idea that the males have been the ones subjugating females for all of human history. So they say, well, that's why we want to move away from that dynamic.
Yeah, I think we've moved away from that dynamic pretty successfully.
Well, at least in Western countries.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
But,
yeah.
not until there's an equal representation of women in the STEMS field will sexism truly be dead.
And roofers. I want more female roofers. Come on.
Yes.
Have you seen these
And more-
roofers?
That's true. Where are all the female roofers and garbage men and the sewage workers and truck drivers? I just
Steel
don't see 'em that
workers.
much. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
He's talking about this now, and he'll bring this up later. I don't even know if you have it highlighted, but he'll talk about, like, basically a woman's birth canal, her hips having to be wide, and a baby's cranium being big, and that's why you gotta take care of them. Like, the reason behind the he'll use it in the Adam and Eve example as well, saying that and implying that the way God orders things is good and is virtuous, and the way God orders things is that women have to bear children. That's part of, and it has to be painful birth. That's part of the Adam and Eve stuff. If you watch our Bible study, you know that. By the way, we're on the New Testament, and really, what it is if a woman, specifically a woman that's not in modern times, or even any time where there's even an inkling of a medical practitioner, even a witch doctor,
Sure.
even before that, you start getting, and you see this in animals, when they have one sex that we call female that gives birth. Those are considered the female ones. And
What is he
there's a
talking
reason,
about?
because we are all genetically related.
I
We
don't
have
know.
very similar reproductive capabilities in regards to that. So you need men to go and, because they're not giving birth and they're not disabled for several months at a time.
So since he's not really getting to his point, when Peterson talks in the book about women bearing children, he talks about it specifically in evolutionary terms. He says that as humans got larger and larger brains, more of that brain development had to be done outside of the womb because of the
Right.
bottleneck of getting the brain through there. And if you know anything about human biology,
Oh, that's a good point.
like the our brains are actually collapsible when we're born because the head of the baby partially collapses just to get through
Right.
there. And then
Right.
the sutures. But Jordan Peterson talks about this in totally naturalistic terms. And he says that when you're having a baby that's, basically born premature, you're going to have to carry that baby around for like a year, and you're going to need somebody to partner up with who, when the roaming rape gangs come through, are going to like fend them off with the spears. And that was
Right.
traditionally the role of the male. So, I mean, he makes it completely, he doesn't at all dip into the need for God in any of this stuff. It's completely in naturalistic terms.
Right. And even though in Jordan Peterson's YouTube video about Adam and Eve. He doesn't talk about it. But isn't it just like the Adam and Eve story, like on the most basic level, because he kind of goes into it much deeper. But on the most basic level, it's just symbolism for growing up. Like, so I don't know
Yes.
why they're confused by this. It's just, oh, you live in your father's house and you're a teenager and you don't want to do what you're told. And then you have to go out into the real world. And for men back then, that meant working and providing. And for women, that meant, having babies. It was
Yeah.
painful.
Toiling.
Yeah. So it's not like, for them to think like it's so strange to look at this story, like symbolically, I don't know, just it's bizarre to me.
This also, I mean, the argument that a lot of the people like Hugo and Jake are making against Peterson is that they have this idea, this narrative in their head that men had it easy. Men oppressed
Right.
women, and women were the ones that did all the work. But men did all the work too. I mean, they're just focusing strictly at the top of the dominance hierarchy, where the elites, they never did any work, obviously. But
Right.
most men did toil away just
Sure.
as hard
Yeah,
as
well,
women.
That's what Pearson would always say, is that the view of history is wrong because it was really 99.9% of the population were just people trying to survive and get by. And the way that they did this was division of labors
Yes.
via
Yeah.
sex.
Which made sense.
Yeah. But that doesn't conform with our modern liberal values. So fuck everyone that grew up before us. They're all racist and sexist.
Yeah. I hate that, judging the past by the moral standards of today. Just seems so wrong to me. Seems immoral to me. It really does. Where are we at? I want to move this thing just to see. It's like killing me here. Where are we
We're
at?
at his left nipple.
Here?
I can't see your arrow.
You can't. How come you can't see my arrow?
I could see it before. I can't see it now.
Oh,
Whatever.
I'm too scared to
You need
move
them
it.
to go, and he says, like, be lumberjacks and build houses.
Oh, I
and-
did. I
and
got
gather.
that.
We'll
'Cause
talk
it's
to that
hilarious.
a little bit. Which, of course, women do.
The
that as
eye
well,
rolls
but,
are just rich here.
You
I
need
love
to
it.
do that just to continue the species, but he's saying that is inherently good because it's like in our biology, ignoring the part of human intervention that he, by the way, claims is really great because our intellect and stuff. He stays with that conservative mindset, ignoring that we are beyond that now. We are so far beyond survival. We are at a point in human existence where it has very little to do with our survival. It's very likely you will survive in a developed country, or even even a third world country. They still have infrastructure akin to where you will survive for a good amount of time, especially longer than the people that wrote the Bible, most likely.
What first world privilege? God. Oh my God. Just ridiculous.
Right?
Yeah.
We're at a point in time where human life is about comfort and about quality of life, not quantity of life.
Generally.
Yeah, and so why are we ignoring that? Why are we ignoring the part where we as higher intelligent beings have surpassed this thought process?
So Jordan Peterson can sell books to single people who are sad.
Because he's a...
Oh my God.
He's an incel.
So
Now they're calling him an incel.
yeah, like, do they not understand that from what Peterson's saying is that if evolution designed people to be away, then if you're not acting, if you're denying that process, you're going to be more unhappy, right?
Yeah, this
To
is
some
why
degree.
I mentioned it already. This is why the people this is why the settlers wanted to become Indians. They didn't
Right.
modern life is hard. It is. The Indians sleep in. They smoke the peace pipe all day. It's like they go fishing when they're hungry. It's
Well, the difficulty is to find that balance between. We're not, that's why people like, football and sports and playing shooting video games, is because you need something to, what's the word? Not like displace, those natural urges.
challenge
And-
yourself.
well, yeah, but like the hunting instinct, that people have, that men
Yeah.
have,
Yeah.
that needs to exist in the world, and like a safe way to do it is, video games.
Yeah, they're saying because the behavior doesn't exist, the desire for the behavior doesn't exist, but the desire is just
The
being.
need for the behavior doesn't exist.
What's
That's what they're
that?
saying. Yeah. They're saying because the need for the behavior doesn't exist, therefore we should just get rid of it.
Yeah, the
Like, it's just
desire is
that
still
easy.
there.
Right.
The desire for meaning is insatiable. That's why I think their quest to rid the world of religion, I just think it's just a waste of time. I mean, it's funny. It's good to laugh at.
It's good to laugh at.
Anyway,
He's what?
he goes on to say, oh, here's the part that we were talking about. It is because men are, and throughout history have been, the builders of towns and cities, the engineers, stonemasons, bricklayers, and lumberjacks, the operators of heavy machinery. Order is God the Father, the eternal judge, ledger keeper, and dispenser of rewards and punishments.
What atheist says that?
Order is the peacetime army of policemen and soldiers. It's the political culture. The political culture is... whatever.
Is the political culture order?
Whatever. The corporate environment, the system, it's the they in the... you know what they say. I said they weird. Sorry. You know what they say.
God damn it.
It's credit
cards,
cards,
classrooms,
classrooms,
supermarket
checkout.
lineups, turn-taking traffic lights, the familiar routes and daily commuters. Order, when pushed too far, when imbalanced, can also manifest itself destructively and terribly. It does so as the forced migration, the concentration camp, and the soul-devouring uniformity of the goose step.
He'll go on to talk about...
And it also manifests itself as the Matrix. That passage could have been completely taken from the Matrix. It's exactly that.
Right.
That's Morpheus's speech right there. You feel the Matrix when you pay your taxes. That is order, boys.
See, Peterson missed a great movie reference.
Yeah, he's operating. It probably would have I brought it down, let's be honest. Too. I made it very kitschy, but the fact that these guys don't understand, don't you get it? Like, order is oppressive.
They don't get it.
But necessary. Like
They
the key and this is why Sage Jordan Peterson is Sage Jordan Peterson. Is always talking about the balance. You don't want to go too far towards the order because you get the concentration camps. Come on,
That's
guys.
why I had a picture of him as Avatar Aang, because he's about the balance.
I know. I love that picture. Come on, guys. Don't they understand? Understand.
Oedipus.
Yeah.
And kind of like, if a overprotect, of course, it's an overprotective mother. Of course. I mean, he invokes concentration camps, implying a Hitler, but he quickly glosses over that. He could easily stick with the concentration camp thing, but no, we're going with overprotective mother who shelters someone. Too much order is a bad thing. So we have to invite chaos, which...
He's getting close, man. I'm rooting for him. He's getting close here. It's almost there. Look, you can
He's
see
gonna
the
turn
gear.
off at the last second.
You
and
can
go
see
right
the
off
gears grind. He's like, oh, He's like, too much order. It's,
But he brings it to
think about
women
it.
when he talks about it. So he's sexist.
Again, in a vacuum, outside of this, like he has like a paragraph in here where I go, okay, I can kind of see that. I get that. I understand why you would want someone
He's
to have a
getting
more
close.
well-rounded experience. However,
Uh-oh.
and this is interesting,
Uh-oh.
he'll frame this, this is the antidote to chaos, by the way. The antidote to cleanse you of chaos implies an abundance of order, which is apparently negative, but it isn't, of course, right?
What?
I know. He said
It
this a
implies there's
million
abundance
times.
of chaos.
He's saying that the reason why it's the antidote to chaos is because the left is the one that we have the problem with now. Like we have too much freedom. He's like, this is why the birth rates are dropping. Like people
Right.
are embracing a culture of live for today, not save for tomorrow, and that's bad.
Right. But it's interesting because he turned it around. Like, instead of saying that Peterson believes there's too much chaos, he's saying Peterson wants an abundance of order.
No, he doesn't.
Like, what a turnaround.
I know. Especially, it's just like in the monk debate when he said, how about Auschwitz? And the guy was like, what? I don't. They don't understand. They really don't. They're political neophytes. They don't have the concept of the left and the right. It's just all words. The ability to just react off of things emotionally is actually what they're doing. I mean, they're not thinking about any of these concepts deeply or.
That's what everyone. I mean,
yeah, totally.
Except for me and you. That's what everyone else in the world does.
But I think I'm much older than you. I think as you age, you really, you want to understanding people's motivation is, that's power. That's totally powerful. I feel like we understand their motivations. They don't understand our motivations at all because they think that we're doing this for the view. They think we're it's like our big plan to take over YouTube.
Right.
We'll get them on a stream and then we'll humiliate them. Actually, I don't
get all their 50,000 views on a good day view.
Yeah, exactly.
Take over YouTube.
What do you think a stream with these guys would be like?
I have no idea. Usually everyone takes it back on a stream.
We'd totally be cordial. Yeah, we'd be cordial with them, right?
No, but I don't mean like mean. I mean in terms of you're like, oh, whoa, we're not saying XYZ about Peterson, even though we sounded like we were saying that in our videos.
Right. It's the Mott and Bailey strategy. It's like they put out
exactly
super extreme view when we're not around, and then, oh no, what we really meant was Peterson's great.
No, we just meant that he's just the one I always get is when you confront someone, they say, oh no, I'm not saying Peterson's a secret Christian conservative. I just think he's not very careful with his words.
Yeah, exactly. So, but we could cross-examine him. We could cross-examine him on that sex thing. What are you talking about? What exactly do you mean by, you realize there's this entire, how many species are there on the planet? You don't think that they have some kind of sexual dimorphism?
Right. Or just that, evolution is literally based off of an organism existing for sex and reproduction. That's why it was such a bizarre statement, but
it is.
And he's going to say to walk with God. He will mention that you have to cleanse yourself of sins. Of course, that's all metaphor and not.
He does reference in the book whenever he talks about sin, he talks about how sin just means missing the mark. He makes that reference to make it secular.
Real. He'll go on to talk about basically we have to build heaven.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this at the end of the book again. Isn't heaven the ultimate version of absolute order? And in that scenario, wouldn't heaven...
if we lived in a society that was very religious, they would all despise Jordan Peterson because they would be saying he's taking all the divinity out of religion and trying to give it secular utility.
Yeah, they do. I don't know if you ever watch any of the Christian channels,
No,
but a lot of the Christian channels don't like Jordan Peterson for that reason.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So it's only because we live in a society that's secular that they kind of constructed this perspective that Peterson is doing the opposite of that. That he's trying to lure people back.
Yeah. The Christians want to claim him. Yeah. He's definitely walking the line.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's doing it for secular reasons.
Heaven, in its absolute orderliness, be the absolute worst possible outcome? Or is it because it's only heaven and hell is absolute chaos to him? Is that worse than absolute order?
He actually
describes.
He
doesn't have an answer because
he describes hell in the book. It's actually really fascinating, and he compares hell to communist states. And the problem in the communist states was that people had to lie all the time, which I don't know. Some places you work, they have a culture of just lying and deceiving. Not that I've ever worked for any of those places. I've just seen them in movies and stuff like that. But that's got to be a horrible situation to be in. Like there's that movie Boiler Room where they're like selling nonsense. And there's
I haven't seen it.
just, I can imagine living in these, like a communist state is where, you know, you have to constantly, you're lying to people all the time.
Right.
It's got to be horrific to live in.
Because
Well,
he,
they're making
he defines things so.
they're making that mistake, which is, I guess, understandable. They're making the mistake that since Peterson equates hell as like the ultimate, you know, expression of chaos, therefore heaven must be the ultimate expression of order, because Judeo-Christian, or from Christian perspective, they're opposites. When
Yeah.
I'm assuming if you were to ask Peterson specifically, he would say, no, heaven is the perfect balance.
Yes, exactly. Between order and
So-
chaos, between liberty and or liberty and order.
Right.
Fuck, sorry, I almost disarmed you.
You did.
He defines things so contradictorily. Contradictedly?
I know what you're
They
saying.
contradict a lot. It just, ooh,
Yep.
it really annoys me.
Going on, he starts to talk about what chaos represents.
Oh, good.
In positive guise, chaos is possibility itself, the source of ideas, the mysterious realm of gestation and birth.
The mysterious realm of... We know what happens during gestation. Does he not?
I don't know, man.
Does he not?
He literally
I
doesn't
don't
know.
know.
Does he not know how?
I don't know
It
if he
works.
knows.
He's not
As a
talking
negative
metaphorical
force, it's the
birth, but,
impenetrable
you know, whatever.
darkness of a cave and the accident by the side of the road.
Flashlight.
It's the
Airbag.
It's the mother grizzly, all compassion to her cubs.
Slay
who
Dad,
looks
idiot.
you as a potential predator and tears you to pieces. Chaos, the eternal feminine, is also the crushing force of sexual selection.
Oh, God, here we go. Okay, I think this is a good part.
See, I feel like that would actually give feminists an argument to say that the order chaos thing is it only exists in that perspective because it's a male perspective.
It is kind of a male perspective, isn't it?
Because because it would make sense why chaos would be feminine, but it's just from a male perspective.
What do you think? What do you think chaos is from a female perspective?
It would be the roving male rape gangs
I mean, it's war, right?
in war.
I mean, it's the same
And-
thing, isn't it? Really?
No, right, but I'm saying if you're female, you would consider your ability to sexually select as order. And someone taking that away from you would be the chaos.
Right, and that's what women fear most. I mean, that's why there is all the discussion around abortion laws and all that kind of stuff, because
Right.
that is taking their selection ability away from them. Which I agree
that's
with
why-
him on
yeah.
that point. Like I think women should have a more of a say in abortion than males.
Right. That's why I get into the problem of, like, I understand, because he's talking about, he didn't create the female male order chaos thing. And he's talking about all the stories that existed throughout time. But I don't think it's very helpful to bring it up, because I do think it is definitely based off of an adult male perspective.
Right.
And I'm not sure it really adds anything to the conversation.
And it could have shortened the chapter a lot too, and we could be done.
To be done with this video.
You
Here's
want
where we
him.
stop,
You want
and we
him
do
to
the
change. You want him to change mythology.
I don't want him to
For-
change himself.
for
He can choose not to bring it up.
2018 political.
I'm saying he can choose not to bring it up, because what's the point of bringing it up if it's not relevant? Like, I haven't read
What's
the
the
book.
point
so
of
that's what I'm asking.
casting? What's the point of casting chaos as feminine and
And order is male?
as masculine?
Because does that lead into some deeper theme?
I mean, you can put chaos, like you said, the war is chaos, and that's very
Right.
masculine as well. Yeah. We'll have to ask him.
Okay.
We'll have to get Peterson on.
Yep.
Hey, Peterson, I know you're listening right now.
Transition with the vaporwave.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
This is where we get into the language where if Jordan Peterson doesn't mean to say what he's saying, then he is accidentally speaking incel-ese fluently constantly.
Yeah.
If this is an accident, it's the most fucking hilarious accident ever, because he talks like, and this is coming from me. He sounds like a neckbeard
Yeah, I was gonna say.
who has a basement full of swords, and there's nothing wrong with neckbeards.
What?
Well, I mean, it ain't right, but I'm still like, I don't know. What does this guy's Tinder app look like? I'm like, I don't know.
Ad hominems going out.
Well, glass houses. I mean, geez,
Yeah.
you gotta pick on a tomato behind like having sex. Come on. That doesn't seem
Their
to, I
swords
don't
are
know.
having basements.
Does he have? He does have swords, though. I believe.
He does.
I do.
But
When you bring the
You
Tinder
understand
date
sort of
over,
stereotype
avoid the
content in
pickle,
your mind,
like
right?
take the pickle picture
Yeah.
down.
Okay.
here's what he has to say. I'm sure he's a real nice guy.
Yeah.
Women are choosy maters, unlike female chimps, their closest animal counterparts.
It sounds like he wants to, like he wishes he was a chimp, and he could just fuck whichever chimp lady he wanted.
Oh my god.
Most men do not meet female human standards. Female human standards. Women? You can just say women.
Is
Weirdo.
Jordan Peterson from here?
Like, isn't that why? What's the problem?
Is that not controversial? I mean,
Well, it's like, they're like, oh, he said human. It's like because he was just talking about chimps.
yeah.
I don't just whatever.
You
What
think
is-
he's
He might be a lizard guy, I don't know.
okay?
It is for this reason that women on dating sites rate 85% of men as below average in attractiveness.
That's inaccurate. Women on dating site.
That was Match.com. Specifically, I went back. He does have a citation there. It was a study done by, I believe, Match.com, just on their site. Not exactly the most scientific thing in the world, and also dating sites. Not
He
the
does
real world.
this. He did this with Matt Dillahunty when he said that. I believe
There was another study by another dating site that had almost the same
Yeah.
results.
Multi-factor
And it-
analysis.
Right. And it was interesting because women overwhelmingly would rate majority of men under them. But then they wouldn't send out requests to the men that they thought were like the top men. But men would always send requests out to women that they thought were like the top women.
That's funny.
So it kind of goes back into the reactive proactive thing.
Men are going for it.
a psilocybin. If people have a spiritual event,
I have ingested psilocybin, by the way.
sure, which is magic mushroom.
Something.
So
It's the active ingredient. in
it's
magic
the active,
mushrooms.
yeah. So what makes you hallucinate?
Would you do mushrooms
if you-
with Hugo and Jake? Oh
No,
my
I
god,
would
that would be
not.
terrifying.
That would be terrible. No
Have
way.
you have you ever done any? Have you ever done any psychedelics?
Sure, I love shrooms.
Oh my god, it's so good.
But I've never done it with someone I don't like. Like that seems like that'd be terrible.
Yeah, there's
That'd
always
be a
that
good
point
experience.
too when you're like, okay, the demons. If I
Yes, there's always that
just-
point when you're like, this has gone on for too long.
I know. If I just let the demons in, I could really fuck myself up. But you're like, but it's kind of like maybe just a little bit of demon. Maybe just a little bit of Hellraiser would be fun.
What they need to do is they need to take shrooms and then they need to listen to Jordan Peterson.
Oh, totally.
They'd
It
be
would
like,
change
oh my
them.
God, it all makes sense now.
It would change them. They can't. They're socially. I mean, they've gone down this road. And people have talked about like Sam Harrison, Jordan Peterson talking. It's not like they're gonna either one of them is in a position to change their position, right? Sam Harris is.
Right.
I mean, he's built a career on his position. You can't just take that back. These guys have gone down that road. They can't.
I mean, Peterson could probably change his position because I don't know, like his standing isn't grounded in his position of Darwinian pragmatic truth.
Right. Yeah, yeah. And his position is really an evidence-based position, the way that I look at it. And if the evidence changes, everyone expects you to change your position.
Right.
Their position isn't really grounded in any. Hugo and Jake's position isn't really grounded in any evidentiary argument, right?
It's grounded in Jordan Peterson truth. They're afraid of where the truth will lead.
Metaphorical truth.
Right.
Yeah.
They're hypocrites.
According to them,
Busted.
we're incels, but I'm not.
Well, you're married.
I'm
so-
doing fine, buddy.
Yeah.
I was going to make
You
a
have
marriage
a
joke
mystical-
about, well, when you're married, you're kind of an incel anyway. But no, I have a very healthy marriage. Just so the world knows.
Just so everyone knows. No, I have sex all the time. I just want everyone in the chat to know.
I just got done having
Sex
sex
all the
like
time.
15 minutes before I started the stream here.
Right before I had started the stream, I just banged my wife
Actually,
like 10
though,
times.
I gotta remember when I ran out. That wasn't letting the cat out. I was getting a quickie.
Like real quick. That's why you didn't have pants on.
I know.
That's
Why do you
why
think I
didn't
don't
have
wear pants?
on. The truth is revealed.
Yeah. It's a very masculine
experience, he
stream.
calls it, which is super loosely defined. But let's call it even. Let's us more define it. A religious experience.
Okay.
So any sort of maybe feeling of contact or visions with the holy in any way you see fit. Could be Christian, could be otherwise. Doesn't matter. We'll go with Christian because he does. Leads to smoking cessation or higher increase in smoking cessation. That being, if you are indeed a smoker, you will be less likely to want a cigarette again. I think he used 85% or something.
I don't know. It was
more
some
likely.
statistic.
Some statistic. Anyway, Matt Dillahunty goes, and I guess Jordan Peterson claims that is evidence for mystical events.
Is eye rolling feminine or masculine? Because I always think eye rolling is kind of feminine.
It is feminine because it's passive aggressive.
Yeah, dude, he's racked up like we're into triple digits here with the eye rolls. Are you noticing all these eye rolls?
When I look at the screen, I notice them a lot.
Like he's the eye roll king.
Right.
It's very chaos, man. He's leaning.
He's very feminine, not
He's
chaos.
leaning hard
How
into
dare
the
you.
chaos.
How dare
Not that
you.
that's a bad thing. I don't care.
Events
Yeah.
happening.
Which I highly disagree with.
I did a video on Think Club about this Matt Dillahunty smoking thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're welcome
I
to
saw
watch it there, but they're going to do the exact same thing that other YouTuber did. Like the whole idea is they just want to attack the study that he referenced, but his argument is that mystical experience has has the power to motivate material change, and mystical experience he's just talking about not in any supernatural way.
As someone who has taken the drug he's talking about, he is wrong.
And Matt Dillahunty,
I guarantee Matt's probably taken it too.
I know Matt's taken it. He said it on stage
Oh, did
during
he?
this. He
Okay.
said like, I've had really good trips, but Matt says, and he does it very calmly, which is a credit to him. No, that's evidence that people who have a mystical experience while taking psilocybin will experience smoking cessation. It does not. It's not evidence of the mystical experience being valid,
Right.
which is true.
The highest I ever was on mushrooms, I knew even at the time this wasn't the case, but when I'm on a trip, it's kind of like, I haven't done it in a very long time.
You kind of go with it.
You kind of
right?
just go with it,
Yeah.
and it's just a fun time. Like, I felt like I could see the fractals of the universe and how I don't have... it's
The
an
Legos of the universe.
It's ineffable. Basically, I saw, like, the gears of the universe. I saw how everything was functioning in concert with everything, and it's a drug.
That sounds cool.
It does.
See, that's what Jordan Peterson sees all the time, baby.
I know. It could be you. Just open your mind. Let go.
It's a drug. You're high on drugs. That's what it does. And then you're just not on the drugs anymore, and you go, all right.
Also, Jordan Peterson makes a connection between this being a part of our evolutionary history.
Right.
back in the caveman days, like they didn't have the war on drugs back then. It was like, what? You found some mushrooms? Let's do that stuff, right? So
Yeah.
he's making the argument that a lot of our religious institutions formed out of these drug fueled experiences,
Right.
which makes a lot of sense.
Well, there's
There-
a whole theory. I mean, I have no idea whether there's any basis to it that, like, first, like human culture and human advancement like stemmed from psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah, I haven't. There's a book that he references, but I haven't read that book yet. Joe Rogan talks about it a lot, and Joe Rogan, I guess,
Right.
is into psychedelics quite heavily. So
Yeah. But it's interesting because, like, Peterson looks at the psilocybin experience and says, okay, this is even if it's not supernatural, it's an important experience. I mean, it can get people to stop smoking. It can get people to feel better about dying. Like, this is something important. And then he looks at it like, okay, you're on drugs and then you're not. That's it.
yeah, they use marijuana a lot with cancer patients and stuff like that. They use MDMA. They started using MDMA with post traumatic stress disorder
Mm-hmm.
from Iraq. I mean, there's all kinds of positive things, but these guys are real downers, man. These atheist people are real depressing. You never want to look at the positive. Like, maybe some women do like making sandwiches. Look at Martha Stewart. She made a whole career out of it.
I'm starting it. You're getting too deep. I'm starting
That was
it.
a good time.
Yeah.
That was drugs, not magic.
Too bad you weren't a smoker.
Yeah, I'd still probably be smoking.
Yeah. I
Although I did watch Moana once. Don't do that. I've learned, apparently, the reason you're not supposed to look at like big things like water when you're on mushrooms.
that?
It's too like
It's too
it's
expansive.
too vast and empty and moving, and it gets you like ah.
I see.
And I guess I didn't realize.
I've done mushrooms at the Grand Canyon.
Oh,
and
how
it
was that?
It was scary as
Really? Because the emptiness, the vastness?
we kept throwing rocks over the edge, and the rock would like hang in the air for a moment before, the inevitable happens. And then I started picturing myself on the rock, and I was like, oh my God.
That's funny. Well, it's interesting because, like, for a moment, when he's talking about, like, oh, looking at the vastness of the ocean, made him feel small or whatever, it's like he's experiencing the symbolic narrative that Peterson's talking about.
Exactly.
He just doesn't relate it.
The Grand Canyon is enormous. It is. You can't be at the Grand Canyon and not just be in awe. Like, that thing is awe-stricken. Has awe written all over it.
No, I've been there. I was kind of like, whatever.
Really? Oh, you weren't on mushrooms. See, you
Well,
you
that's
blew
exactly- that was
it.
the
You blew your
problem. That's the problem.
opportunity.
I wasn't on mushrooms.
Blew your
Next time.
opportunity.
That.
Oh, that makes sense, I guess. I had a friend who went golfing on mushrooms.
How'd they score?
I have no idea because he broke his hand.
Sure, he had a girlfriend.
Yeah.
We don't believe that. Come on.
Did he say girlfriend? I thought he said friend.
He said he had a girlfriend.
Well, he said he, so.
Oh. Oh
So
my
I don't
God.
think
This is back in like,
there's no fucking way in hell you could finish a game of golf on shrooms. You would get distracted within 10 minutes. And
Oh
wander
yeah,
off into
it's
the
impossible.
just
I've
after high
I've
school.
tried to see a movie, and I'm just like, okay, whose idea was this?
Yeah, you look at it for like 10 seconds. If something interesting happens,
I
and you just
know.
look away.
Like, oh my God, my seat! Look at this! Look at this
Oh, you
piece of
actually went to a
lint!
movie theater?
Yeah, totally.
That's a terrible idea.
We went to see that Dead Again.
That's the worst.
with
What
Johnny
is wrong
Depp?
with you?
It's black
When
and
you're
white.
on.
No, we left. We
shrooms?
were out of there. We were like,
Yeah, I
this
was
is
gonna say
okay.
that's
This
a
was
terrible idea.
yeah. I immediately regret
Holy
this.
shit. This is becoming the drug stream.
Oh, I know.
He
Don't
there was a
get me
large
started.
rock as part of the courses have like different obstacles and stuff. There was a rock off to the side somewhere, it was just a large one, and he thought it was a big turtle talking shit, and so he punched it, and he broke his hand.
Jordan Peterson. That guy broke
Does
his.
that sound like a bullshit story? Like, when you're in shrooms, you don't see like talking turtles. Like, that's
Yeah.
not something that happens, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like a fake story.
Yeah. Sounds
His
like
hand.
citation needed.
which is real because of a thing that happened, does that mean there was an actual talking turtle?
Oh, yeah. Here comes an eye roll. I feel
Because he
it.
experienced
It's
it.
coming.
It was his subjective experience.
Right.
There was a talking turtle. Well, I don't know.
Anyway. It is women, as nature, who looks at half of all men and says no. The no is in caps and in quotes, and there's a fucking exclamation point. Sorry, that's just... Come on. For the men, there's a direct encounter with chaos, and it occurs with devastating force every time they are turned down for a date.
Okay.
Again, I say king of the incels specifically because at no point in this does he ever, like, see this from the perspective of a woman and, like, turning, like, to him, an interaction where a man is told no by a woman, spurned for whatever reason, is a one-sided interaction. It's like he doesn't even take a second to consider there is a second person on the end of the interaction with a brain thinking their own things with their own concerns and livelihood, and you know what I mean?
Right, like what about her? What if like you asking was like bad for her?
Sure.
Like what if the way you asked, it could be anything, and it could seem innocent to you. You might not have actually done anything.
Doesn't it seem obvious that it was bad for her if she said no? I mean,
Right.
she said no for a reason, bud.
Well, and also, again, like Jordan Peterson just was talking about, like the evolutionary sex drive. So he's coming from that perspective. Like
Yeah.
the female version of chaos in that situation wouldn't be what they're saying. It would be a woman choosing a man and mating with him and having a child, and then the man ditching them.
Yeah.
That would be the chaos.
Oh, yeah. That'd be horrible. That's probably why they said no so much. Dealing with that evolutionary pressure.
Exactly.
Anything wrong. Like, what if she feels an even more intense negative emotion by turning you down? Like maybe even guilt.
Sure.
Like, oh, you're a really nice guy, but I don't feel that way about you. And you know, there are people, like they say that I don't want to ruin our friendship thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's true. They don't want to ruin the friendship because they actually don't.
Yeah.
And that goes for guys as well. I accidentally made a girl cry once.
Oh.
She asked me on a date, and I laughed because I thought she was joking.
Oh.
And she wasn't, because I didn't.
See, this is all guilt because of his previous misogynistic experiences in life.
I want to see a picture of the girl just out of curiosity. Am I wrong?
How dare you?
Am I wrong?
How dare you? But you're not wrong. You're absolutely right.
You want to know too, right? I mean,
A little bit.
it's human nature. We want to know.
Didn't have any sort of attraction to her whatsoever. I just thought, that's a person I talk to occasionally. She goes, "We want to go to the movies with me and a friend?" I was like, no.
Oh.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm
Let's
dying.
pause for a second. Okay.
I'm dying to dig into this one.
If I was friends with a girl, or even if I'm not attracted to her,
Yeah.
like that way, and she said, "Do you want to go to a movie with me and a friend?" That's not even necessarily a date.
Yeah. Well, what if it's like
for you to-
Twilight or something though?
Yeah, like if she said,
You're like, no
"Oh, yeah."
way.
Right. She's not saying, "Oh, you want to like go out to see a movie with me alone," Like,
Yeah.
and for to laugh and say, like, I don't know, it's so bizarre. That's a bizarre reaction to have to someone.
Maybe
Whatever.
he's making it up. There's this thing that
Maybe.
guys do to increase their status. They talk about all the girls that are hitting on them and asking them to movies, but
And that they
it never
deny.
really happened.
Right. Maybe. I don't know. It's a weird reaction. Maybe he's just like a terrible person. And that's why he's all into the SJW stuff.
You would go to that movie. You're so. I score high in disagreeableness. Like I wouldn't go to the movie. I'd be like, "What is the movie? Is the movie
Well,
is the movie a movie that I want to see?"
No, I would say that would be my first thing. I'd say, "Oh, what movie?" That would be my first question.
Right. But you would go even if it was a movie that you hated. You'd be
No,
like, "Oh,
I would
have
only
to
go. I would only do that if I liked the girl. If I didn't like her, I wouldn't go. Or I would say, "Oh, can we see something else?"
There you go. There you go.
There you go. See, I'm all about the compromise.
You would be like,
Sorry, I
how
can't
about
be-
we watch a movie at my house?
There you go. See, I'm not the alpha that Adam is. He's like, no. We're gonna watch a movie I want at my house.
Yes. Bring
Throw it
sandwiches.
down.
Just
I'll bring the
kidding.
beer,
Just
you bring the
kidding.
Sandwich it.
We're just kidding. Joking.
Are we? Are we really?
She cried.
That makes me sad.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I don't really care now, really that much. But like,
It is very inconsiderate that he has a girlfriend and he's talking about this on a stream. She's going to watch this stream. She's probably going to feel terrible about herself.
Why?
I did that to
Would
a
she
woman.
feel
Does
bad
that?
about that?
What is that? What is that?
She would feel good because she's like, oh, he dismissed a lesser female.
Yeah,
Therefore,
but
I
what
must
if,
be a
what if it
greater
was her,
female.
though? And then they got
Well, it
together
wasn't her.
later. You don't know.
I guess.
I don't know how that adds
It
up in
does-
this math.
It doesn't come up in the book.
It doesn't.
Human female choosiness.
Ah!
Human
Oh, my ears.
female choosiness are words he decided to write.
Implying that choosiness, like being, like if you're a woman, you have any sort of standard, and it doesn't have to be superficial. It doesn't have to be tall, dark, and handsome. It could be like, I don't want him to have, I don't know, mental issues where he's aggressive. I don't want someone who is racist.
See, I don't think those kind of considerations come into Jordan B. Peterson's mind,
what I'm
though,
saying.
because in the first chapter about lobsters, he was talking about dominance hierarchies and
Right.
how all females try and get to the top of the dominance hierarchy
That's
by
not
fucking.
true.
So again, it comes down to this almost 4chan level of thinking where it's like all those fucking Chads and Stacys out there fucking each other. That's why I'm not getting laid. No.
Maybe you're just an asshole. Maybe you're
Dude.
just, and it has.
Where are you at on this idea of choosiness that Jordan Peterson puts out there? Because
Well, first of all,
go ahead.
I don't think the guy that laughed in a girl's face should call anyone else an asshole.
True.
So,
But Jordan Peterson talks about in our evolutionary history the females being choosy, and I just don't see it. And my evidence is completely anecdotal, but every time you see one of these zombie movies or where one of these dystopian movies where society falls apart, like the females instantly become a resource that males marshal together. And in that situation, the females aren't doing the choosing at all. They're like, they become sex slaves.
right, but that's like like the pre-industrious, pre-technology world wasn't like a zombie apocalypse.
Right.
So-
Are you
'cause those,
are you sure though? I mean,
yeah, because the thing is, okay, it's all a matter of perspective. Because the reason all those people are freaked out, let's not go with zombies apocalypse because you have some. That's definitely not because there's some constant external non-human threat. That's
right,
like,
right. But
Okay, but
weren't,
so if you
weren't
wanna
other
say-
tribes the constant external non-human threat? I mean, that's why zombies are a thing. That's why zombies are an archetype because there is
Right, but-
the constant threat.
right, but in those movies, those apocalypse disaster movies, it's like everyone's one brink away from the edge of utter destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, they remember or have the idea of an existence where that wasn't like that.
Right.
You have a pre-industrious caveman society, okay? First of all, they don't have any resource to draw on and say like, oh, there's a better life. Like that's all they know.
Mhm.
And even with competing for food in other tribes, I don't think they felt they were on the brink of chaos every second.
Right.
So I think that breeds different behaviors.
I mean, the Mayans, they would just pick people off the street and like cut their hearts out. Like,
Well,
you don't think they
I thought
lived on the
they
brink
would
of chaos?
They would capture like enemy
Oh, that's true. That's true. They did.
slaves and do that.
Yeah, it was the out group. But if you were just a out group, you'd be thinking, man, the Mayans are going to come sweep me up and cut my heart out.
Well, wait a minute. So here's an interesting thing. In those movies that you're talking about, usually the out group is like a force. It's like a force of nature
Mhm.
or nature itself.
Right.
So maybe you need to have an out group that's like a group, and then then you can apply your own morality to your in group, including the women that are becoming the choosy ones.
So you think the women were the choosy ones?
Yes, I
Okay.
think. Well, I think there's obviously situations where, someone sacks the city and they enslave all the men and women, and
Yeah.
obviously they're not choosing anything.
They're
there.
not choosing then, that's for sure.
Right, but no one's choosing anything there except for the
So you're
oppressive,
saying the in group, the women are the choosy ones.
in a stable
In the
society.
out group, all bets are off.
Right. I'm saying in a stable situation, whether that's, living in a country or that's living in a roving tribe that's not worried about getting murdered at that second.
Right.
In a stable situation, I think that women are the ones doing primarily the choosing.
Right. And in modern society, they're doing all the choosing.
Right.
Like we've eliminated. Well, obviously, the male chooses in some respect. Like they're both choosing each other. You got a super chat.
I have a super chat.
Yeah, it's specifically aimed at you. It says Sitch.
Caffeinated Fiends. What's up, boy? For $2. Sitch, want to see a movie with me and Adams?
You better say
Only if
yes. You better say
If
it.
you bring. Then I'll see it.
What's the movie?
Yeah, what's the movie?
She was already making fun of my movie. There was a chat, a regular chat in here where she was saying, "This stream is becoming about Adam's horrible taste in movies."
I mean, it's true. You do have a horrible taste in movies.
One of my favorite movies is the movie Rubber. If
That's
that's
a
all you need
terrible
to know
That's
that
a
I have terrible taste
Okay,
in
wait a
movies.
minute. Wait a minute. Okay, fuck Hugo and Jake. This is more important. For those that haven't seen the movie Rubber, it's about a tire that is alive, and it rolls around like the desert somewhere. And people find the tire and they look at it and they say that tire is moving, and then the tire vibrates and then it makes their heads explode.
It's a homicidal tire.
It's a homicidal tire that's
A
alive.
serial killer tire.
Right. Oh, and then also while this is happening, there are a bunch of people in the distance with binoculars watching this unfold as if it's like a movie.
Yeah, it's amazing. This movie.
Okay. So, and here's the thing. When you first watch this movie, you're like, this is the best movie ever. And it's super intriguing because it's so weird.
Mhm.
But that goes away after 30 minutes.
No,
And it just becomes
no.
the same thing over and over again. You go, okay, I'm bored now.
No, it's amazing.
Yes.
You're on the edge of your
That's a
seat.
problem.
You want to know if the
No.
cops catch the tire? Are you kidding?
No.
Like-
No, it's a great concept for a short film, but
Oh.
it doesn't go anywhere. That's the problem.
We'll do a stream on movies specifically. We can argue it out.
Specifically on Rubber.
Yeah, and it's gonna be twice as long as the actual movie.
God.
We've just crossed over the 3-hour mark, so I don't know where we're at. I'm so sad that the yellow thing never moved.
We're at the 51-minute mark in the video, and there's another 50 minutes left.
Oh my God, we're halfway. We may not be
We're
able.
halfway.
Oh.
We're not gonna be able to finish it.
I don't. Maybe. Well, if we keep talking, if we keep arguing over whether or not we're going to be able to finish. All right, this is going to be 10 minutes. We're going to listen to this crap.
Or until they say something that we need to pause it.
I will eye roll just for you guys. Like, it's going to be eye rolling, just so you'll know when I'm disgusted.
Has nothing like
and maybe you have weird obsessions with mythology and like dominance hierarchies.
Am I the greatest looking guy in the world? No.
No.
I'm not hyper fit by any stretch of the imagination. I've never really had a problem.
You've never had a problem.
I have never had a problem.
Honestly, to my befuddlement, it amazes me
Well,
how much game
I'm
you
very
have.
charming.
It's insane.
It's not game. Like, it's not like I'm hooking up with people. They're relationships,
No, but
right?
you can.
What the? I don't even know where we are anymore. We were talking about Rubber, and now he's bragging about getting women. What's happening in this stream?
He does have a girlfriend that defends him on Twitter. I know because she's come at me a couple times.
So there you go.
He's got game.
He's got the game, apparently, to his befuddlement, and I think to everyone else's.
You're just like, you got a personality people latch onto.
That's
guarantee,
very clear.
I guarantee you've been the center of every friend group you've ever been a part of, and everyone else.
It's not even by me. It's not my choosing. People go like you. You're my little polyp, and I love you to death. No, it's weird. Like my friend, like I'm the catalyst, but like I'm not the top of the lobster hierarchy, right? Am I the objective? No, I kick out of my coverage all the time. Like it's ridiculous. There's no reason this, besides my personality, like not my high. Not, I mean this in the way he mentions it.
Yeah.
Whereas like, and I know a lot of people like this. They're not. You don't have the best job. You don't have an 8-pack. You're not like great looking. I don't think I'm ugly by any stretch, but I'm certainly not fucking. I don't know, Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
My dick doesn't vibrate. I don't have anything to offer besides like the me on the inside part.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? Like, and it goes for women too. Like, there's a lot of women out there who might be really successful, gorgeous, I don't know, alpha women, but they're alone. It's not because of maybe they're a piece of garbage. Maybe they're a bad person.
I don't know. We're not looking for breeding stock.
I guess, yeah, that's really what it is. We're not just people aren't out here going like, oh, I'm gonna come in her and make me some high grade A babies. You know, some people do, but
Human female choosiness is also why there are very different common ancestors we share with our chimpanzee cousins, while the latter are very much the same. Women's proclivity to say no more than any other force has shaped our evolution into the creative, industrious, upright, large-brained, competitive, aggressive, domineering creatures we are.
you think women...
So, Peterson just said that females being choosy is a good thing. Do you think they'll notice that?
No.
Let's find out.
Women in this species saying no to the men for anything, I think he means sex, but for anything, is what led to our ingenuity? What led to the creation of the internet and antibiotics and the Manhattan Project? You think that, like, we didn't start with, like, we're over here, we're going, you and I, we're cave people.
Okay.
Got
a rock.
And of course, we walk over to a cave lady and she's like, no, I'm good. And we're like, fuck! I'm going to invent the ladder so I can get the fruit at the top of that tree. Because she said no to me.
I have a rock.
You can hit the tree with a rock.
I hit the lady with the rock.
Good. Because she deserves it, because she said no.
Continuing.
It's science.
You were right. You were right. They didn't get it.
It's so, I mean, all this stuff was pretty obvious. I mean,
Right.
men compete for status for females, right? I mean, am I doing it
Right.
wrong? I thought
No.
like
And there are ways to climb the dominance hierarchy.
they are
I-
technically at the top of a dominance hierarchy. Are they not? I mean, they're big. They're
Their own
always.
fan base, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree that, and I don't think Peterson's doing this, and I don't think anyone should do it. You can't relate all human behavior down to, sex and the desire to procreate. But I don't think that's what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, What human behavior is outside? I'm curious.
Well, I don't know, because part of the problems is you say, when you look at people who are like geniuses or like the big shakers and movers, a lot of times the argument is, well, they're kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they fall outside the bounds of normative behavior.
Right.
Because, I mean, you could look at someone like Isaac Newton. Like, he didn't,
Oh.
definitely didn't have like a nice relationship with a nice girl, right?
He said his greatest accomplishment was dying a virgin, which is kind of nuts. But
He said that.
yeah, Isaac Newton, he died a virgin.
that-
He was like
or-
a hardcore Christian.
Or that's a good point. If you talk about like, why would religious orders create like the priesthoods that have to be celibate? Because that's anti-sex.
Oh man, he in the Suicide of the West book, he talks about how they developed that to fight nepotism. Like they realized that nepotism was a problem in society when you're trying to build a meritocracy. Obviously, you don't want people giving jobs to their idiot nephew or whatever. But families would geld one of their sons so that one of the sons could become an administrator. Oh, how about that? How about that?
I think that that's true in some sense, but I don't think that's why that practice evolved.
Oh, really?
I think it evolved, at least in Christianity. I think it evolved because of, they didn't have a concept. That's kind of a long story.
But kings and queens would surround themselves with eunuchs for that same reason.
Right. But I'm talking about, they would surround themselves with eunuchs because they didn't want anyone banging their wives.
Well, I thought they also didn't want them having, like, if you had familia relationships, that's where nepotism is from. If they don't have any family, then, it's dual purpose. It serves two purposes, but
I think in Christianity it had more to do with the idea that when they were trying to create the idea of original sin to explain why Jesus had to die, because I don't think they had the same notion of sacrifice that we have today back then. Because the whole idea was, okay, if God's all powerful, why would he die and sacrifice himself? That doesn't make sense to like that time period. So they came up with the idea of original sin. And thus when you come up with original sin, the idea of sex could inherently become bad because because that was part of, the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve
definitely.
realizing they're naked.
Right.
It would make sense that that's where you have to be celibate would come from.
Right. But there's a political motivation for it as well.
There is. I just don't think that was the primary motivation.
It is nature as women who says, well, bucko, you're good enough for a friend, but my experience of you so far has not indicated the suitability of your genetic material for continued propagation.
Do you think that's what women...
I think he's being hyperbolic. He's intentionally saying it in such a way, but
there's a baseline where, a woman might think, I'm not going to marry that guy. If I want kids, is this the guy I want kids with?
Sure.
But men do that too. Like, come on. Like, not every relationship is going to end in procreation or start in procreation. Procreation might never enter the conversation in some relationships.
No, enforced monogamy.
Not just same-sex ones, but...
Well, wouldn't you... I would argue that you can't, if you're looking at it through just procreation, it doesn't make sense. But what you're looking at is that people look to be in relationships with people that they think will be long term, generally.
Right.
Assuming they don't.
Which is a proxy for procreation.
Which is exactly because that's the only reason humans evolved to exist in binary groups.
Yep.
Is to raise a kid. So
takes a village.
Right.
By the way, in heterosexual relationships, procreation might be off the table, and not for medical reasons, but because kids are garbage.
Oh my God.
We all have a palatable sense of the chaos lurking under everything familiar. That's why we understand the strange, surreal stories of Pinocchio and Sleeping Beauty and The Lion King and The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast. You weren't kidding. Those are all those are the Disney movies he knows.
Yes, yes they are.
Huh. With the eternal landscapes, known and unknown, world and underworld, we've all been in both places many times, sometimes by happenstance, sometimes by choice. Many things begin to fall into place when you begin to consciously understand the world in this manner. It's as if the knowledge of your body and soul falls into alignment with the knowledge of your intellect. It's this, again, let me read that last bit again.
Yeah, one more time.
Many of the things begin to fall into place when you begin to consciously understand the world in this manner. It's as if the knowledge of your body and soul falls into alignment with the knowledge of your intellect.
You know, your soul, that thing that exists.
That sentence means nothing.
Oh, no.
People call this guy the Deepak Chopra of Christianity.
Not for no reason.
Deepak Chopra, I think, has more substantive things to say than this guy.
Well, I don't know. Deepak blocked me.
Okay, I hate to stop it again because we're just drifting into like three. But this is exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. Like when you understand your evolutionary urges consciously, it is basically the merging of your intellect and your your intuitions,
Right.
which I think is more powerful than your intuitions just constantly tugging you around and you not necessarily knowing. I mean, even us talking about how, being in a long-term relationship is a proxy for, I mean, it's playing house, right? It's
Right.
that you may not necessarily know consciously that this is the direction that you're going, but your
Well,
body knows.
maybe that's the angle that Peterson should take, is to say, if you don't understand your evolutionary drives, then you can't hope to combat them.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And so then you could kind of, if you frame it like that, you can kind of do away with the secondary thinking that Hugo and Jake are going through. Because then you could frame it like, no, I'm trying to explain this to you so you can choose a different path.
They have to be teaching evolutionary psychology more to clinicians because
Right.
it just makes so much more sense. You can talk about the feelings that you're having as a clinical psychologist, and when you pitch them in evolutionary terms, everything just completely clicks. And that's what he's talking about your intellect being in concert with what you feel.
Right.
McCarthy's List gave us another super chat. Is this sub plebes respond? I don't know what that means. Female choosiness is a well-documented event across most species. At least they are not eating and rejecting like spiders. They just choose no. Also, check mines later. Oh, yeah, I hardly ever go to mines, but yeah, no. There's the praying mantis example, which people talk about. There's also, I mean, the reason, and I, this is why, and it's brutal to talk about things in this term, but this is why I think my questioning with the choosiness of females has to do very much with the technical ability of the females to get away. Like, I think one of the reasons why birds are, like, female birds are the most choosiest is because birds can fly.
That's a good point.
So, like, rape is totally rape is off the table when when the bird can fly away. So this is why sexual selection plays such an important role in birds, because rape is off the table. The male of the species has no option. But with species where technically rape is an option, then, but the thing, a lot of people, like when you talk about the naturalistic fallacy in human beings, a lot of people will say, well, rape is naturalistically good for your genes, right? But it's not with humans, because humans very much have the cuck situation. They don't want to raise another guy's kids. So the rape tribes would shun rapists. So rape would not be a evolutionary advantage in a tribal type situation. It would be, I mean, that
Right.
rapists would be filleted, like maybe possibly eaten. So
Well, that would be another explanation for the division of labor is by sex, because the way to prevent that
definitely.
behavior.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, you need to get out of the workplace.
Steve
Get back in the kitchen.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you're gonna get raped.
more division of labor. Well, now it's just completely accepted. The co-ed work environments is completely accepted. Steve McCrae for $2 says Adam's voice is working for me. I don't know what that means. I hope it's not.
It means he's touching himself.
Oh
to
my
your
God!
sweet,
Please,
sweet voice.
please, no masturbation
yeah.
on the stream, okay?
Speak to me, Adam. Tell me I'm pretty. Oh,
Sitch has a good voice too. I don't.
definitely not.
Sitch's voice is. Think of Sitch's voice.
No. Stick with Adam.
So I'm gonna move it up. I'm gonna risk it.
We could just.
Are we
I was
there?
gonna say you moved it back.
Did I?
You just moved it backwards. Yeah.
Is that where we're at?
I don't know what. No, we
Action,
moved it back
we're in-
again. I don't know what number we were at. You should have warned me.
Man is told.
It's all lost now.
Why are you
Maybe this is.
Why are you
moved
keep
it to-
pausing it?
I'm not touching it at
Known
all.
by a woman, spurned for whatever reason, is a one-sided interaction.
See, you moved it
It's like
back.
he doesn't even take a second to consider there is a.
Women. Oh.
I think he's being hyperbolic. He's intentionally saying it in such a way, but
There's a baseline where a woman.
You know we're not
Okay,
going to
that's
finish
not
this.
true.
That's the famous Chekhov's gun screenwriting.
Yeah, what
thing
time
about-
is it there?
Sure, but there's lots of
People are gonna get mad at me if I abandon ship, though.
Well, it's almost been 4 hours, and we
No, it's
have
been-
like.
It's been 3 hours and 38 minutes. That's not
Yes,
all.
it's almost been 4 hours, and we have another 40 minutes to get through.
Okay. Okay, we're not gonna finish. We're starting to let you guys off easy. We're not gonna finish.
We'll go to 10. How about my time 10.
Okay, so we're gonna go for another 20 minutes.
Right.
They're just repeating themselves anyway. You think we should like jump to the end and see? What
If
do
you
think we
want,
should-
I don't care. Doesn't make a difference. We can do that.
We're gonna jump ahead.
superfluous information, and I like, for instance, I guess the gun on the wall in this scenario could be the cherub. He mentions cherubim and a flaming sword. That never comes up again. It's a gun on the wall that you never shoot.
Perhaps primordial Eve had more reason to attend to serpents than Adam. Maybe they were more likely, for example, to prey on her tree-dwelling infants. Perhaps it is this reason that Eve's daughters are more protective, self-conscious, fearful, and nervous to this day.
That means women. Eve's daughters equal women.
He's saying...
It's funny because Peterson's embedding evolutionary thinking into religion. It's
Yep.
like, if anything, he's like trying to red pill Christians.
Yeah, totally.
Into
I
evolution.
use this argument all the time. I say, well, it's kind of brilliant that in order for there's all these pro social or pro religion arguments coming out, but they're all evolutionary arguments. And in order for the religious people to say, okay, we've discovered that religion is good, they have to accept evolution to do it, which is,
funny.
I mean, check and mate, right?
Right.
I don't see
It's
why they
true
don't
because-
accept evolution anyway.
Well, I mean, at least it completely. I mean, I'm assuming most religious people aren't biblical fundamentalists. or
Yeah,
literalists.
totally. They accept evolution. Most religious
Right.
people do. The Pope does, and he still wears that funny hat.
Women... Oh, God.
Just say it one more time. Women are.
Women are more protective, self-conscious, fearful, and nervous to this day. He apparently hasn't seen me in a butterfly house. Not a fan!
Like, I don't.
What?
The idea that being a woman means.
He's saying that he's more nervous and fearful than a woman.
Of butterflies?
I know.
What the fuck?
You know what this guy needs? He needs a good military school. That's what he needs. We'll whip this guy right into shape.
You're like the dad in Bill and Ted. He needs to go to military school.
Military school.
This is why,
means you
this is
will
why he's not
be
at
more like.
the top of the dominance hierarchy, because he's afraid of butterflies.
He's in a different dominance hierarchy. He's in the YouTube dominance hierarchy.
No. You see, wait, which one's Hugo and which one's Jake? 'Cause
I don't know. I've been wondering that for 3 hours now.
We'll assume Hugo's on the left because his name comes first, and we'll just say that Jake has latched on to Hugo's position in the dominance hierarchy.
Well, I think Hugo is the guy with his hand up because
That's what I'm saying.
his name is first.
Right.
And he was saying that he was the higher up. Although
Right. So Jake has
Jake's
latched
got
on
the
to Hugo.
Jake's got the eye rolling down though. I think he could move up he's definitely reality television loves a good eye roll, so
Mm-hmm.
Likely to be these things. Is that even based in any experience, like statistical or otherwise?
I'm not saying there aren't differences
Yes.
between genders.
There absolutely
There
are.
But to straight up stereotype to this level of generalization is reducto ad absurdum. It's just ridiculous. And at this point, you could say anything about anyone. You're reducing complex human beings down to these archetypes to the point that they no longer resemble human beings anymore. It's not... It's not how it works.
It's like an alien wrote a book about what he thinks humans are like.
Which would make sense considering he likes to call women human females. Like a fucking weirdo. Anyway, now, no clear-seeing conscious woman is going to tolerate an unawakened man. This is where he's talking about...
Who's afraid of butterflies.
Why Eve took the apple or whatever fruit it was.
Women are intolerant of men who aren't at their... he says awakenness.
Woke.
I don't think he's invoking that, but he could be. It makes sense. Let's just say level of intelligence.
Sure.
I think. Is that the case?
I don't know.
I think most people like to be...
Caffeinated Fiend says we have them backwards. It was Jake on the left and Hugo on the right.
kind of at least roughly
Yeah, Jake is the
equivalent
big
to their
one.
partner
Yeah.
in some
Who
way,
cares?
like emotionally, ideologically speaking, maybe.
Let us know if Hugo has a girlfriend. We know Jake has a girlfriend. I'm curious about Hugo though.
They're both kind of bland, white, chubby guys with beards and mustaches. It's the same. It doesn't matter.
And I did laugh out loud when there's someone in the chat said, "What? Wait, they're not gay?" Which I have nothing against gay people. I just think it's funny.
You know,
Interests
and we all know.
intelligence.
What?
Like, I think all of those factors.
Pause
Okay, I'm
more.
not gonna say it.
Let's
This
just
is
run
fine.
this.
I'm
Let's
not-
just
I'm
run
gonna
this.
say it. Let's go.
And
Let's
there's
just
probably
run
plus
this
or
out
minus
with the
involved,
pause
but
more.
I can't imagine there's lots of relationships where someone has a 70 IQ and the other one has a 170 IQ.
Yeah. So Eve immediately shares the fruit with Adam. That makes him self-conscious. Little has changed. Women have been making men self-conscious since the beginning of time. They do this primarily by rejecting them, but they also do it by shaming them if men do not take responsibility, since women bear the primary burden of reproduction.
Jordan,
This is where the basement dweller insult comes from, guys. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Caffeinated Fiend says they both have girlfriends.
Jordan Peterson fan.
Are they roommates?
I thought you didn't believe in toxic masculinity. Am I crazy here?
Yes.
Like, he's just you can call it anything. We called it like negative stereotypes informed by gender to get away from the stigma of the term.
Well, they're doing the patriarchy thing. Toxic masculinity does not refer to the irresponsible male, living in the basement.
No, not at all. Toxic masculinity refers to the man who's actually going out and making something of himself.
Right, but in
The
like
hyper-competitive
in a bad way.
male. Yeah.
Yeah.
Term toxic masculinity, but like that's the definition.
I just don't understand.
That's an example of a very definitive experience a man can have, being shamed by anyone based on the fact that they are a man and the expectations that are implicit with that gender. That is exactly what negative
Okay, so I guess they forgot that just a couple pages earlier, Peterson said that women choosiness and saying no to men is what led to greatness.
Right.
And now he's saying, oh, no. This is Peterson saying that women rejecting men is bad.
It is bad.
experiences informed
I don't like
by
it.
gender are. Like, that's what it is. And he says it. You're a fan of Jordan Peterson. He says the words that we said in like 3 videos ago about this. Do you now agree or disagree with us?
Do we now? What do you think? Do we agree or disagree?
I was reading the chat, man. I'm getting bored of these guys. What'd they say? Go ahead. Give me the cliff notes.
They're like, Jordan Peterson said the words. Jordan Peterson fans, do you disagree with us or do you agree with us? And it's like, yes, Jordan Peterson said that women choosing mates has led to a better society for humankind. And you're choosing to deny that he just said that. because
He's
it doesn't
saying
fit
he's
your
saying
narrative.
sexual selection is a good thing.
Yes.
This is where I differ with Jordan Peterson because I don't know how much. I don't know how. Seriously, every caveman picture I see has the woman over the caveman's shoulder. Okay, it looks like he's choosing. So
Okay,
I
but you're
mean,
not
I'm just, I'm keeping it real here, okay? I don't know if
Gotcha.
Jordan's right. Like the women didn't have hang gliders back in the day. They couldn't fly away, okay? Maybe men reproduce like dolphins. It's not pretty. I don't know.
Well, you said rape wouldn't be a survival strategy in a tribe.
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
So you do agree in women choosing this?
Well, in a tribe where the women are sex slaves, okay? The guys go around, they collect up their sex slaves.
But that's not the normative behavior.
No, if I'm just saying hypothetically, tribe A has the normative behavior of all the dudes are toxic masculine, rape culture, or whatever, okay? Like when the nice guys show up to invade that tribe, those women are going to be thinking, well, maybe I get a better deal over there, right? Over here, I'm just basically a sex slave.
Right.
So the tribe where the women have rights, like there's a true division of labor going on, they're not incarcerated by the men. Like giving the women a good deal is going to be a stronger tribe. That tribe is going to outcompete the tribe of the dolphin reproducers.
Right.
So it makes sense that would become the norm.
So you do agree with sexual selection by women?
Yeah, I guess I do. I guess I taled myself out of that
You
position.
talked yourself into it.
What's that?
You talked yourself into it. You couldn't disagree with Jordan Peterson for
Well, these are all hypothesis until somebody does the research.
Right.
But this is why the cultural layer is so interesting, because in the anthropological record, there's all kinds of different human behaviors. So humans have the most diverse mating habits, I think, probably of any species because of this.
Well, because we have the intelligence to.
Right, but also like the whole idea of humans is you're building a stable culture, and that stable culture is going to have to do with these rules.
Right.
Like if half the women are subjugated in that tribe is going to be weaker. That tribe is not going to fight as hard. It's going to be weaker.
Yeah, definitely.
But if your whole tribe is Hugo and Jake's, then it's over.
Then you got to get out of there.
All we do is we round up a bunch of butterflies. And we release the butterflies and we take their women.
If you disagree with us, you disagree with Jordan. I know. You want to move on. That bothers me. That bothers me a lot. He says it.
Now you may ask, what in the world have snakes got to do with vision? Well, first, it's clearly of some importance to see them, because they might prey on you. Dr. Lynn Isabel, professor of anthropology and animal behavior at the University of California, has suggested that cunningly acute vision almost uniquely possessed by human beings, well, that's not true, there's plenty of, like, for instance, birds, hawks have very good sight, because they need to see stuff starting to
primates.
down. Anyway, beside the point. She has suggested that the stunningly acute vision almost uniquely possessed by human beings was an adaptation forced on us tens of millions of years ago by the necessity of detecting and avoiding the terrible danger of snakes, with whom our ancestors co-evolved. This is perhaps one of the reasons the snake features in the Garden of Paradise as the creature who gave us the vision of God.
It wouldn't just be snakes.
No, hold on. Let me explain what he just said there. Jordan Peterson is claiming that the reason that the snake is the thing to give us the vision of God in the Bible is because evolutionarily, the reason we have good actual literal vision with our eyeballs is because of needing to see things like snakes. And he thinks that's the reason the story is constructed in that way.
Okay, that's literally not what he's saying.
Okay.
At all. He's saying that humans have always seen snakes as a danger.
Yep.
So it would make sense for the thing that embodies danger or chaos, like a snake, would be the thing that sends humans out of the Garden of Eden, which would be, the paradise of balance.
Right. Yep.
So, fuck these guys.
Do you want to end it here?
I guess we could end it here.
Let's move up to the end and see like what their closing remarks are. I apologize. I know I'm going to get comments that are like, "Yeah, skip forward," like, but Sitch has to get to bed. Sitch has to get some dinner. He's on.
I do have to get dinner. I'm hungry.
They treat you back. Are you being treated like shit? Is asking someone on a date and getting denied actually that big a fucking deal? Do you have any rapport with that person that you asked on a date? Are you friends with that person?
Well, it depends upon the girl,
like,
man.
The reasons they gave you.
It's funny because you can see like, which one's which again? I forgot.
I know we.
Okay, you can.
I'm gonna put a
can see
piece of paper up.
You can see Hugo in the background when he's saying like, "Is it so bad to get?" When Jake is saying, "Is it so bad they get rejected by the girl?" Hugo's like, "Yes."
Yeah, I remember that.
If you ask,
Are these
seem
guys
valid,
actually
or are you just
advocating for rejection as being a good thing?
I mean, it is in some ways. It makes you stronger, but they're just they're quibbling with Peterson's symbolic usage of chaos and how sexual selection plays a role in development, which is stupid.
Noel Schuyler has a $2 super chat. These two don't read. It's obvious. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. But Sitch doesn't really read either, so.
I don't read books, but I read like, you know how much research I've been doing for this stupid privilege video?
I know.
Power plus privilege equals racism video.
Sitch did an amazing Jordan Peterson video on, is Jordan Peterson in love with the alt-right, or does the alt-right love Jordan Peterson? That thing was, I mean, that's a massive amount of work. He DM'd me, he's like, asking me for advice on where he can find Jordan Peterson clips. I'm like, I'm a Jordan Peterson expert. Here you go. This is where you get this. This is where you get this. But pulling all those clips, I mean, it's a lot of work.
Yep.
All for one
totally
video.
self-absorbed?
Hey, fuck pulling all those clips. Making that stupid Cowboy Bebop intro.
Oh my God, but it's amazing.
Took a day. Just to make 15 seconds took a day.
Yeah. That's editing.
That you can't even like reflect. You know what I mean? Like getting denied, and not just by women, getting denied in general for anything is part of life, and you gotta be fucking okay with that.
Oh my God, we agree with them finally.
And anger as a reaction,
not great,
not healthy, not
See, that's oh my God, like that's fucking Pearson's whole message is don't be afraid, get out there, get rejected, become stronger.
Yeah.
And then he also he literally said, they read it. Peterson said women's choosiness led to the greatness of human society.
And now they're agreeing with Jordan Peterson.
But they don't realize it because they're like, oh no, they're doing the secondary bullshit thinking. They're like, no. Jordan Peterson is attracting angry young men who believe they deserve women. And
no,
that's the audience he's appealing to.
No, it's totally the opposite. And so many of the people in my comment sections on Think Club are like, Jordan Peterson has helped me, get stronger, has helped me want to better myself, has helped me want to improve myself. Which, I mean, does society encourage people to improve themselves? I don't know if it does. I mean, that's Jordan Peterson's message. I've always been about improving myself, but sometimes I wonder if that's just innate in me.
Probably.
I love Caffeinated Fiends super chat. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
If we're watching Rubber.
No, read the super chat. Read the super chat.
Caffeinated Fiend for $2. The movie we're watching is Rubber Sitch with sunglasses. And a smiley face afterwards. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to turn you and Adam and Adam's cat down. I just can't watch Rubber again. Can't do it.
He hasn't even seen the ending.
I've seen the whole movie.
It's epic.
Doesn't the tire kill all the audience people watching the movie? Isn't that how it ends?
Oh, now I can't even remember the ending. Don't they all die from eating? Oh, I don't want... Spoiler alert. Let's not talk about it. There's a lot of twists and turns in that movie.
Yeah.
You got to watch it. It's amazing. So
don't watch it.
So we've determined that they actually agree with Jordan Peterson and don't know it, which is an amazing state to be in. It's really bizarre.
Generally healthy. Find healthier ways to handle that.
Find healthier way. Listen to
So
this.
that's it for chapter 2. There's 10 more rules. 10! So you can always follow us on Twitter at PapaBirdJake, at Hugo Reloaded. We have a P.O. box if you want to send us books or Jordan Peterson stuff.
Are we on? So
Okay.
go ahead.
So, as exactly what you said, we've done the second video with them, and we've come to the conclusion that they completely agree with Jordan Peterson, and they just don't realize it.
Right.
Both in rejection making stronger, and women being able to choose is a good thing, but also in that they are literally using Jordan Peterson's definition of truth, and they don't realize it, and that's hilarious.
That's why Jordan Peterson is playing 4-dimensional chess here. Will they figure it out by the end of this series? Because like they said, they have 10 more rules. Will they actually finish this series?
Depends on their views. As with all YouTubers.
Yeah. I'm glad people have been really, a lot of people have asked me if we're going to go back to this. So, but I don't know that we're going to go back to this anymore. There's got to be better. Go ahead.
I said I typed in Hugo and Jake in the YouTube, and I think there's a video of them making fun of. I can't tell if they're making fun of Chris Ray Gun or if he's just in the video with it. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. We can go after other people making fun of Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson officially runs YouTube now. So any closing thoughts?
It's funny. You're right. If you look at their views on their channel, their Jordan Peterson videos are far and away like the big ones.
Yeah.
Everything else is like half of that.
I did a side-by-side on Think Club, and my Think Club views are 3 times their views.
Really?
Yeah. I'm doing.
That's hilarious.
I almost did 100,000 views a day for the past 28 days.
Nice. Holy shit, dude. That's great.
Because I'm doing Jordan Peterson videos, man. Jordan Peterson runs YouTube. I
bet your watch time probably blows theirs away too.
Oh yeah. Well, watch time is how you get in the algorithm. But the whole reason that I started doing daily uploads on Think Club was to figure out how the algorithm works. Now I feel like I understand the algorithm, because you don't want to spend a bunch of time and energy making a video that's not going to get into the algorithm.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone said we should ContraPoints video.
Yeah, I know. Oh God.
I don't know if I can listen to a whole ContraPoints video. It just drives me crazy the way he talks.
The problem, like I think with doing ContraPoints' Jordan Peterson video, is that like the first 10 minutes is like not it's just like art. There's not like anything substantive for like the first 8 minutes, and then after that it's like I don't know. Contra, like she just like kind of borders on that realm between SJW and not SJW. Like Hugo and Jake just dive in, and I think that's what makes it interesting to criticize. Or I don't think Contra, since Contra's not like so in the bubble, it's not as interesting to criticize.
Right. Yeah, it's true. Like what you said at the end is brilliant. Like they totally agree with Jordan Peterson and don't even know it. Like ContraPoints knows that she's disagreeing with Jordan Peterson. If Sitch would go through and deepen the voice on the video, and we could watch like a
oh my God,
like a modulate. It's just I mean, is it wrong that voice it seems so fraudulent to me? Like it doesn't seem like a natural voice. It seems like somebody making a voice.
I mean, Contra is making a voice because she's transitioning. So
right, but it doesn't
literally what's happening.
But it doesn't the hormones change the vocals? I mean, do they have to do a pretend voice?
I don't know the answer to that because I'm pretty sure.
Like sometimes I make my voice really deep just for fun.
I'm pretty sure,
but it's not my normal
when your
voice.
vocal cords are developing, it has to do with your hormones. But I don't think you can undo that later.
Yeah, Dusty. Now they're talking about Dusty Smith in the chat. He's kind of in the bubble.
Well, the problem with Dusty is that he's already said he just does everything for clicks and entertainment. So you don't,
Right.
you know, he's not. I mean, like, the interesting thing about Contra is that she, as I said, she's kind of like in that border between SJW and not. So she understands, like, our perspective on things. But Dusty's just like an idiot. Like, he's not like a smart person.
Yeah. And he's fallen for every Jordan Peterson stereotype there is. I tried to watch that one video, and I was like, oh my god, like he's basically just virtue signaling all the New York Times talking points.
Yeah, as I said, he's not like a, you know, I don't want to be like an egotistical coastal elitist, but it's like, you know, Dusty's not a deep thinker. He's just like some fucking guy on YouTube who's just like, yeah, Jordan Peterson's a sexist.
Well, I don't know what we'll do next, but let us know in the comments below if you have any ideas.
There's a third Hugo and Jake video though. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
This was they have another one. They have another chapter.
We're not continuing with this. This is
okay.
This is completely boring. Are you kidding? These guys they're not even making any arguments.
They're just repeating themselves.
And it's like their whole argument is that he's a secret woman hater. It's like you can't really get very far with that. I mean, it's wrong. It's completely wrong. He's been married to the same woman. He married his elementary school sweetheart, for heaven's sakes.
Right.
Dusty Smith pulled out a clip of Jordan Peterson saying he'd been accused of improper sexual behavior 3 times.
I mean, I haven't heard any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if there's 3 Me Too stories out there, why aren't they surfacing?
You think they would have like super latched onto that?
Yeah, I want to know more.
Well, we'll figure something. We'll see something terrible, and we'll go, oh, we have to talk about this.
All right, I'm officially ending the stream here at the 4:05 mark. You can stay on just for a second, Sitch, and I'll say quick goodbye. But
No,
thank you.
I'm leaving the minute you turn this off. I'm just dipping out.
But thank you guys for the super chats. Apologies that we skipped a major portion of the video. You guys go ahead and watch that video and let us know what we missed. But my prediction is it's just more of the same. As always, we have an open invitation to Hugo and Jake. We would love to have a conversation with them. We would love to talk to them about this interesting perspective that they have on Jordan Peterson. And we would love to play just talk about what, you know, dealer's choice. If they want to debate anything, we're open. Take care, everyone.
Peace.